Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, April 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, excellent. Okay, well, guys, this is surprising for me because when I went to bed last night, the futures were down. Woke up this morning, and man, what a pop again. So again, will it hold? It held incredibly well yesterday. If you're in the room, well, if you're following the market at all yesterday, you know it gapped up huge in the pre-market, and then it just kept going and going and going all day long. Didn't have one pullback really. So we'll see. Have to see what happens today. Lots and lots of things happening. Man, the cruisers, the airlines, you know, take your pick. You have UAL, DAL, Save. I mean, just take your pick, guys. They're all ripping higher tonight, right now. American Airlines, of course. The cruisers, NCLH. NCLH is the one that keeps ringing in my ear in the gap up. RCL, but they're all going up. RCL, NCLH, CCL. And by the way, guys, if you're new in the room, you cannot see my screen, the bottom half of my screen, all right? You're going to have to be using Chrome as your browser. If you can find the tech support tab, there is a fix. You have to use Chrome as your browser. Go to your Chrome browser settings and click on Advanced, find Advanced, and scroll down and disable your hardware accelerator, and then you'll be able to see my screen. What else? Okay, we've got DPW. Well, and the other one is that all these little investment pools and funds, like there's a bunch of them, RWT. These were the ones that were really wild about 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. RWT, MITT. They're all cheap and they're all trying to come back. TWO, Two Harbors. NRZ. So they're all very cheap and trying to come back. Now, what else? DPW, a very cheap one. DPW. Announces that its electronics business sees increased offshore manufacturing capacity, etc., etc. So this is not a virus play. DPW. I don't have that. I don't have it as a virus play, Martin. Oh, CanF. You're talking about CanF. You're not talking about CanF. Oh, you're right. You're right. High demand for oxygen concentrator and ventilator power supplies. Had to keep reading. Okay, so there's DPW. XAN was a strong one yesterday. Also XAN, and that again falls into that what we call other investment pools and funds. Low float, 30 million in the float. Some of the retailers. Look at Nordstrom's, JWN. Look at Nordstrom's, guys. I mean, big rip for Nordstrom's, 148 million in the float. That's a big move for it. And Kohl's, it had a nice move yesterday also. Maybe coming into some resistance right now in that weekly chart. But KSS, another nice move for it. I also saw that Teva was gapping up a little bit here. Teva, yeah, it's not quite as, when it was up here, it was a lot, almost at $10. Teva. Yeah, yesterday's Aker continues, AKER. That was a nice one from the watch list right at the end of the day, or towards the end of the day. Hit a high of almost 650 in the pre-market. Pulling back some now, Aker. Space had a nice day yesterday also, SPCE, and a continuation along with, so many other stocks, of course. Still has some room on that daily chart to about 18. And again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just showing you what it looks like on a daily chart. What a nice continuation. There was not that much volume, but look at this one. DIN from yesterday, up 19, 20%. Not very much volume, but look at the day it had yesterday. Big continuation day for it. Still has room on that daily chart. I mean, you look left and the high is about 38. It's at 33.40 now. Again, not very much volume, but it's a low float situation. 16 million in the float. Dine Brand shareholders to vote on IHOP spinoff at the annual meeting. That was on the 3rd of April. Even U.S. Steel, X is having a nice day. It's funny. Now, you notice I've got my pre-market actives. Now, most of the time what I do is just in the pre-market, because if I left it here and I had my, excuse me, this top list window open, and I left it at 500 count, it would really bog down my system. So most of the time I do put it on 500 and I can scroll down, I can see some of the ones that have gapped down. I actually put it to 1,000, which is the max. I still couldn't find one that had gapped down. Not with these filters in place. Unbelievable. Yesterday I could, not today. Now the only one that I see gapping down a little bit is ZM again. You know, having a bit of a tough PR time. To say the least. All right, I'm just going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Well, interesting. There are a ton more downgrades. So I'm going to have to keep with my plan and just looking at the Goldmans. I hear TLRY is starting to move also. TLRY, Tilray. Only one upgrade. I'm going to get the downgrades in right now also. And that's from Goldman Sachs. Downgrading the Smile Club, SDC. Oh, there are a ton of downgrades, guys, this morning. A ton of downgrades. Not necessarily from Goldman Sachs, but anyway, a lot of downgrades. Oh, okay, so WebTrader, yeah. So what you have to do is, if you can find the tech support tab, number one, those are the written instructions. But you have to go to your Chrome. You should be using Chrome as your browser. Then those three little dots, the Chrome browser settings, click on that. Scroll down to Advanced. And then click on Advanced. And then scroll down until you see the Hardware Accelerator and disable it. Then shut your browser down and reopen it. And that should solve the issue. All right? Only if you cannot see or the bottom third of my screen is kind of blurry. keeping my fingers crossed that sometime in the next 10 years, Chrome addresses that issue. As I say, it does not affect everybody. It just depends on your graphics card. So let's see what a SPY is doing right now. SPY is still hanging tough. Look at that, just flattening out right on the 5 minute. Never mind these bottoming tails, topping tails. Disregard them. I did a quick calculation too. The market's up a little over 25% from that low. That low of, let's see, about 3 weeks ago. And it got down to 217 or so. That's about a 25% pop. William, you seem to have a lot of problems, both audio and now. I cannot help you. I have no idea how to help you then. If you've disabled it and then you've reloaded, maybe reload the room. Can't help you. It's driving me crazy. I mean, if I use Firefox, then you guys can't see my pointer. Plus, from my end, my pointer just flashes constantly. So I cannot use Firefox. And yet, with Firefox, you can see my screen. Anyway. Did LK get halted? Yes, that is not shortable for me. The big red dot. The big red dot at Interactive Brokers telling me it is not shortable. Goldman seizes LK coffee shares after a $518 million default. GCI is another one that it's a real cheap one. Newspaper publisher, Gannett. Man, I remember when this one was a really fun trader a while back. Look at this, GCI. Wow. So it's just trying. Actually, in the pre-market, it did hit $1.40. Yeah, and it's given it all back almost, $1, but still up 50%. Yeah, I saw the PSTI. I'm getting kind of, I mean, listen, if you're in, oh, you're saying it's at the open. Yeah, I did see PSTI. I'm getting a little tired about these little ones that just don't really have any continuation. Look at all these topping tails. But you never know. It's a low float, 14.5 million in the float, broken free over that 200-day moving average. So you're right, you never know. Just a ton of stocks gapping up. It's going to be very interesting to see what sort of a day it is today. Not so much, I mean, the gap is holding. The big gap is holding in the SPY. Will it do what it did yesterday? Which basically, if you take a look at what the SPY did yesterday, It's kind of hard to see because it's yeah, but you can just sort of see that it just kept moving up higher and higher and higher. Absolutely, there was not a pullback on the SPY at all yesterday. Now, at one point during the day, did you think, oh, maybe it's over for today? Not even close. It just kept moving higher and higher and higher. There's Canopy, CGC in mini rip mode now, of 5%. I mentioned Tilray. Yeah, it hurts. I mean, HTZ is starting to, I mean, you know, take your pick. Uber. I'm just looking at all these stocks on the gap up. Only a couple on the gap down, well, 3 on the gap down. The APT gapping down. I mean, obviously the news is a lot of what's happening, of course. It doesn't take a genius to realize that what's happening is that maybe, just maybe, the number of cases worldwide look like they've slowed down. Maybe in the States. So there's, that hope. Upgraded your subscription. It should almost be instant, John. If you're having a problem, what I would do is I would contact Kelly at Trade. I'm going to type the address in here. Okay, contact her. Make sure when you talk to her, make sure that you give her the email that you used to sign up, so she can locate your account immediately. Okay. If you don't get an answer quickly, depending how busy she is, I'm going to give you the homepage, and you can start a live chat. Just give me a second here. Okay, so here's the home page, all right? And you can start a live chat. You click on that, you'll see start a live chat, and somebody else can maybe be able to just take a look at your account. To be honest, I just don't know. I would have thought it would be more or less instant, but evidently not. All right, guys, again, if you're new and you want to follow my watch list, I almost forgot to do this. You want to follow my watch list up and down and the repeating all day long. Just click on new, excuse me, new from the toolbar. So new. Now you notice how my system slows down. Okay, I'm going to get rid of back to 100. Excuse me. So click on new, channel bar, and then my windows, all right? Now remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And then you'll be able to follow my windows all day long. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 10 o'clock. I have a half-hour time delay on getting alerts into these two windows. I will be auto trading the entries once they start appearing in these two windows. Better turn it on, okay? So again, nothing will happen in those two windows. These two windows until at least 10 o'clock, and I doubt very much we're getting anything on the watch list down. Even PCG is having a little pop here. PCG, what's the resistance on this one? 970 or so. So it's about $1 away from resistance for PCG. Well, when you say how do you see the, so you're talking about with the AI, am in am in 560. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, so what you should do, what time is it right now? Okay, I have a time. Just give me a second here. I'm just, okay, so what you should do is when you go up to, click on new from the channel, from the toolbar, new, where it says AI/Holly strategy trades window. Click on that. All right, when you do that, this window will pop open. If you don't see all, you might see Grail. If you do see that, it means you're not on the latest version of Trade Ideas. But right now, if you see Grail instead of all, just right click, segments, and check all. Okay, then just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, they'll have as alerts happen, you'll have of course the entry time and the price, and you'll have a stop price. Manage the trades as you see fit. You can take this window and then you can incorporate that into your layout. You don't have to close it down or anything like that. So once you have this open, I would just incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to do this every day. Okay? And no alerts, there will be no alerts until at least 9:35. And I'd be, even the ones at 9:35, I'd give them time. Uber is continuing. Man, oh man, so many gap ups this morning. Only a couple on the way down. APT, as I mentioned, maybe the demand subsiding somewhat. CIM is also down, guys. Chimera investment. Or Chimera. Well, it didn't happen yesterday, James. And it's holding. It is holding. We'll see. I mean, that's... Well, no, Codex is another one that was that had gapped down too. CODX. Okay, so when we get a question like when I get a question and maybe you're just throwing out to the room, I have no idea where anything is going. I mean, I'm not trying to be flippant or glib, but no idea. You just have to wait for the market to open with these little ones, 14 million in the float, a little bit of probably a little PR. Look at all these topping tails. No idea. Only thing is, it is above the 200-day moving average, so there is that. But you just have to wait for the market to open. Acre, boy, that's what a great second day continuation now, almost at the pre-market highs. All right, everybody, the market is going to open in less than 1 minute, so let's have another great trading day. So I'll just get rid of this. And as usual, I usually set out the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Yes, I know I will miss the runs that run right from the beginning. And we are 5, 4, 3, 2. We are now open, everybody. We are now open. And there's Acre just taking out the pre-market high, guys. I don't see that Acre has filed. I can see how they might want to. I don't see it yet. You have a link for that? Okay, so we don't have that. Obviously, that was before 7 o'clock Eastern time. We start getting our data around 7, well, not around, we start getting our data at 7 o'clock Eastern time. So that must have happened before that. Even MNK coming back from the dead here. MNK, Acre. Wow, Acre just continues. Coles continues. KSS continues. Had a great day yesterday. Now look where it is. That's the, sorry, that's not the, there's the 200-day way up there. No issue with that. Well, a little counter trend play for Williams, CIM. Let's see if that works out for you. You're looking, well, it's at an all-time low now, looks like. Well, not quite. I guess that's the all-time low last month. Guys, you know what? I resisted talking about this one. I've seen this one in the past. Oh well. YGYI. I did see it in the pre-market at a big pop. I've seen this one in the past. And this is a very low float, 14 million in the float. It is now halted. So this could have some rippage. I mean, they had some news on well, I don't even see any news on them, to be honest. The last news I see is 2018. So I don't even see any news on them. Look at American Airlines. Continues to, now NCLH, a little bit weak, is pulled back. Well, okay, I was going to say it looks like it's trying to hold 12, but right now, no. Yeah, I did see that, the hand sanitizer. Yeah, I did actually see that news. I just resisted, but I'm wrong. You know, it was right under $1. I thought, forget about it. And let's see, what is it stacking up to? 124 and 124 on the bid ask right now. The Gap. The Gap even had a halt too. GPS had a halt. All right, so that opening spike handle on the 15, hanging tough. Well, the retailers are, some of these retailers are having a good day. There's another one, VIPS. We saw the Gap, JW Nordstrom's, pre-market anyway. Let's see if it's still holding. Well, a little bit of a pullback actually. It almost hit 20, back down to 19-ish. All right, Tiva. They're another topping tail. This is typically why I like to set out the first 15. See so many like this, make topping tails or bottoming tails. You know, this just the uncertainty about direction in the first 15 for many stocks. Wasn't that one of the companies that was talked about in the presser yesterday? GILD? Not the presser, but I guess I don't even know what to call them. The briefing. Well, guys, sorry about that. I was definitely wrong about the YGII. I mean, I don't think it's going to last, but definitely would have given an interesting look. YGII. Well, Acre may be doing an offering. I don't see any. You know, look, they might be doing an offering, but I don't see any release on that. Amends to $25 million offering. Okay, I do see that. Amends, but it hasn't slowed it down yet. All right, keep an eye on this one, guys. Look at the room this OVV has. It's not a low float, 150 million in the float. It's kind of why I haven't really paid as much attention to it. But look at OVV. A lot of volume already, 500,000 shares already. I'm afraid to look where it was halted. DPW making a new high. Not a pre-market high, but a new high. At least it did. Acre is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, even if I wanted to try, so it's not shortable. Oh man, so this got halted again on the way up again. Boy, oh boy. I'm sorry, guys. Did that with one a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Another one was under $1. I just said I don't even want to bother with it, and it absolutely ripped once the market opened. So no Holly alerts yet, no AI alerts yet. Okay, here's an earnings play, little earnings play, GBX. Let's see what sort of room it has. Well, it did something pretty crazy. I don't know if I can believe it. Got all the way up to 1930. It's fallen all the way back down to 1620. So there's tremendous uncertainty right now with GBX. It is an earnings play. Here's a small earnings play, CAAP. It's a big float, $2 stock with a $160 million float. All right, Macerich, MAC. Now there's sort of a red bar ignored right off the bat. MAC. This has some room still on that daily chart. Probably $8 would stall it. Oh man. As they say, that'll learn me. Okay, YGII just out of the halt. Look at Acre. Well, they may be. Well, that financing hasn't stalled it one bit. I mean, this now, right there is the high. Looking left on the weekly chart, around $8. Market is still holding. Maybe a little red bar forming, but it's so narrow right now. So just waiting for that another 3 minutes for that one to complete. Maybe get a bit of a direction for a while anyway. See what happens on that 15-minute candle on the SPY. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys. So yeah, so Acre, there's no stop yet in Acre. Look at the volume that came in also. What's the float on there? Yeah, I mean, look at the volume. 9 million, only 12 million in the float. So it's almost traded its float already. Yeah, crashing through that 200-day moving average now. No shorts, yeah, no shorts for me either. And now it's halted. Wow. And I see the bid ask stacking up around 813, 813, 815, 820, 820 right now. All right, guys, if you have the AI, I'm definitely interested in the first AI alert. If you're wondering why I'm not displaying it, again, not fair for those of you who pay for the premium service, but I'm definitely interested in that one. It's in the price range that I like. All right, I'm in it, guys. I'm in that one. Now I got to watch the spread on that one, but I'm in it. So that's up to you to take the trade. Okay, yeah. So Knight, you have to should be using Chrome as your browser. You have to click on the Chrome browser settings. You know, the three little dots. Scroll to the bottom where it says Advanced. Click on Advanced, and then scroll again. You have to basically you have to disable the hardware accelerator in the well, actually, you're in the tech support tab. If you scroll to the top, you'll see the. I'll move it right to the top so you can see. You'll see the instructions. Okay. Basically, you have to disable the hardware accelerator. All right, guys. Nice opening one for the AI. Nice opening one for the AI. The price range that I love. I've already traded some out just in case it can't crack that whole number. And DPW, what a day so far. I mean, this is nothing on the Momo down. Nothing. Again, it's up to you to trade the AI the way you see fit. Okay, I'm all out now. I'm going to stick an alert on it if it takes out that whole number later on, but I'm all out. Nice quick trade for me anyway. Okay, Robert, I know you've asked this question before. You have to have all this. You have to have everything open, man. Like you have to have, this window. I know you've asked this before. And right click on segments all. What you're on is Holy Grail, I'm sure. Okay? I almost guarantee that's why. You have to have all of them open. Didn't we go over this before also with making sure you downloaded the latest version of Trade Ideas so that when you load the when you go to new and you load AI/Holly strategy trades window, it's going to default to all as opposed to the Holy Grail segment. Okay, so if you load this, click on new, and then load it again, AI/Holly strategy trades window. Not the one on top here, but this one right there. This is the window that'll pop up, and then just save it as part of your layout. Okay. Shoot, I got jumpy on that one. Now it is through. Did I get it? I missed it. I was going to take it over that whole number again. You cost me money there, Robert, by answering your question. Well, I mean, Upinder, I mean, it's halted. I mean, there's news coming. Obviously, if you've been following the LK story, you know it's devastating. So I can't tell you what the actual reason. OVV guys is on the move here. This could be a really interesting one. I mean, especially if it takes out four. What's the high looking left is? Oh, it's way up there. Takes out four. This could be like a multi-day hold if the market continues like this. Okay, so I don't mind showing now because it's after the fact. There was the entry price for CAL, 568, 614 right now. I did not get in at 568. I actually got in at 574 and I sold most at 596 before, and then I was going to get back in on the 6 break, but I kind of missed my entry. All right, so another 8 minutes before we get any alerts in here. All right, I have a delay of 30 minutes on my watch list up and down. Now, where this is, falls down, obviously, is in a market that's in absolute rip mode because we're getting so many. So in order to get an alert for OVV here, even at 10 o'clock, as an example, it has to make a new high. Now, if it makes a new high, it's going to look awfully extended. That's going to be the issue. I mean, no, can't get around it. When the market is acting like this, though, we're going to get a lot of stocks that are doing this. So when they make a new high, it may not be prudent to take it yet anyway, because they're going to be so extended looking. So what I might do is tomorrow, I might drop it to 15 minutes. Depending on what the market's doing. Yeah, lumber liquidators, LL ringing here, momentum up, over $5 now. Lots of room, of course. 640 on that daily chart. Wow, guys, CAL, I missed my entry. I suppose I could have taken it around 605. I just kind of missed my entry on the CAL. Second entry for the CAL. Great alert from the AI so far. Fred, you're back. Where have you been? I'm talking in the YouTube feed. I miss you. You had a great alert on the CLVS. Seems like years ago, but that was last week. Don't be a stranger. So what I'm talking about, we have a YouTube feed also. Basically, it runs concurrent. It's not bad. I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, you see my screen. No issue there. You can hear me. Just not as much interactivity with traders. The trading room, I can do a lot more within the trading room, but certainly a good alternative if all you want to do is listen to me and see my screen. But Fred he's just alerted us to CLVS as something to watch. He did this maybe a week ago, and it just ripped. I think it might have been this day right there, in fact. So that would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So maybe about a week and a half ago. Well, look, OVV, is it over 4? Yeah, so 4. I mean, there isn't any, really. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, if you look at the daily chart, there's a next high looking left, okay? 536. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's the room it has for OVV. Man, did you reload the browsers? No, did you disable the hardware accelerator, Mesmat? Oh, well, that's what you have to do. It's not just a matter. So, guys, again, if you're new to the room, first of all, welcome to the room. If you cannot see the bottom half of my screen, I do apologize. There is a fix though. If you click on the tech support tab and scroll to the top, I've got it outlined here. Just very quickly though, if basically you have to use Chrome as your browser, and then go to the Chrome browser settings, scroll down to where you see advanced, click on advanced, scroll down until you see hardware accelerator and disable it. Disable the hardware accelerator and then close down your browser and then reopen it, and that should solve the problem, okay? You only have to do that one time, not every day. Just some computer configurations. It all depends on your graphic card. That's really the issue. I'll bet you there's a wow for Tesla. No, guys, only one AI alert. What a doozy, though. 568, 631 right now. Unfortunately, I'm not back in it, but if you have the AI, that's what you would have seen. And you know what? At least it was a bit of a delay. I have my doubts. A lot of times we get these alerts right at around 9:35. I don't like that. I like to see it settle down just a little bit. So it was a little bit of a delayed alert. So that's why I was very interested in it. And of course, it was the price range I like. Yeah, I have a couple of alerts set for Clovis, Fred. One is at the pre-market high and one is at the market high. Meanwhile, nothing in the Momo down. Well, here's Rheology, RLGY in rip mode. Look at the volume that's coming in. It's not a low float, 113 million in the float. It's not a low float, but they don't all have to be low floats in this market. Take a look at the SPY, guys. I mean, if you're look at the daily chart for the SPY. So we've basically wiped out all of that. We're up here. If you look at the weekly chart, I mean, we still have a long ways to go, of course, to get to the highs, but man, oh man, From down here, that's over a 25% recovery. I don't have shorts for acre. Definitely interested in another one of the AIs. Wow, what a great alert. 568, 643 right now. It's up 12.6%. Now the other one, that's interesting. It got, yeah, I mean that's a, I don't see how that got stopped out. That can't be right, guys. All right. Yeah, that can't be right. So I would disregard it. I mean, it still looks like a valid play right now. It's one of these, again, falling into this sector. Yeah, there's no way that's right because it did not hit 612. I mean, the alert was at 631 and it did not get all the way down here at that stop. So something screwed up there. Now, oh, I mean, I missed all this, guys. So here are the auto trading on the entries here. Now, again, a lot of these are going to be very extended. So I may make an adjustment, depending on what the market does tomorrow. I may make an adjustment on this and start it at 15 minutes after the market opens. And I'm going to go over this, why it took these number of shares. You notice that the stop is right on the chart. Now this one also, yeah, I mean, I almost shouldn't have put this in here again. I know I should learn my lesson because this is just an incredibly spready one. You can't, it's very difficult to trade. 33.14, 33.66. I kind of put this in just because it was up so much and it was up so much yesterday. But, and look how many shares it took. It only took 65 shares because of the stop on it. Yeah, that's the other issue though. Maybe too many alerts though. Too many alerts. You know, there's it's a fine line. But the problem with this market is that you know if things are basically going straight up. So you remember the trigger is a new high. So after 30 minutes, they're going to look awfully extended. Now this one, you know, this one's not as bad. I'm going to get out of this. I'm going to get out of. I mean, again, guys, what you're seeing here is my simulator, the simulator in action. Okay. This is not my live account. And we're going to go over all this in around half an hour. Well, I already traded live with the Cal on the. Wow, I'm just so upset now. I traded live on the Cal from the AI. But remember, I use this as a watch list too, not just. I'm sort of demonstrating how you can, if you want, how you can auto trade. You know, not just my alert windows, but any alert window that you create. Boy, I mean, you can see why it made the watch list, EC. I mean, look at the room it's got. Now, this one is on my watch. Oh, that's a tough spread, 2288, 2310. It's on my watch list. It hasn't triggered. And that's Malibu Boats. DPW making a new high, guys. DPW making a new high. Okay, now this one might be a little better because look what happened. It wasn't straight up. It had actually a pullback. So now it might be a little bit better as an alert, as you know, taking it right from the as an auto trade. Might be just because it wasn't straight up. Sangamo, one of the few ones on the way down here. Now, this won't trigger in the watch list down, more than likely, because it has to take out yesterday's low, which is, well, it could, I suppose. 648 is yesterday's low. This was, of course, it's on the watch list because of what it did yesterday, looking like wants to continue. But so it would have to take out 721 later on for it to be on the long side. Okay, DPW on the move here. DPW, wow, look at that. Got all the way up to 181. All right, Tiva on the way down, actually. Tiva on the way down, making a new low. Did not hold its gains. 994, not yet anyway. $10 almost the high. Not holding its gains. Yeah, SPY making maybe a little bit of a move down, which is not going to help any one of these longs right now. Especially something like a JWN. And a KSS, which is probably more tracking the overall market than some of the cheaper ones. Oh, guys, keep an eye on ITP. Keep an eye on ITP. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Through the 200-day moving average, very cheap one. I guess it got halted. Is that right? Got halted at 10.11. So yeah, it got halted at 105. Keep an eye on this one. I mean, what sort of room does it have? Well, if it takes out this area here, maybe that 140 area. Let's see what happens when it resumes. So I allowed the stop to take an effect for JWN. Of course, I could have always moved it up, but there was a stop on. I have a $100 max that I want to lose, which is basically what happened on the JWN. Now I could 1744. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise that stop right up to there and see if it takes me out. Just flattened out of the DPW position. So this is kind of what I saw yesterday too with the watch list. It didn't perform that well because everything was had gapped up so much. So by the time it took the alerts, stocks were pretty extended. The only one that really wasn't was DPW. This is exactly what happened yesterday with the market being up so much. But later on, it came up with the Aker, A-K-E-R. Here's the one I saw on the pre-market also, SSL. Look at that. It basically was basing, doing absolutely nothing. I almost thought it was a buyout. SSL. Now look at it, SSL. It's not a low float. Another reason I kind of shied away from it. Like, I don't care. The float is fine. I don't care if it's a huge float, but when it's only a $4 stock, usually it's going to take a lot to make it move. You know, some specific news. No, I don't see a big gap forming yet for the ITP. I see 105, 106. And okay, ITP just opened. Let's see what happened here. Okay, ITP just opened. Just be careful on it. I'm just waiting. If you know what, if that gets a bid of 110, I'll probably take it. It's trying to figure out if it wants to hold one. All right, so I am going to put an alert up here, right around here, see if it takes it out. I mean, it does have some room, so we'll see. I'll just have to see if it takes that out again. Just watching it, see if it surges a little bit here. I'm just waiting maybe for a bid of 110 on it. Okay, let's see what this market is doing. Yeah, it's drifting down a little bit here. Definitely drifting down a little bit. I'm just waiting on this ITP. See if we get a bid of about 110. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, so I allowed all these. You see, with the market going down, I mean, if you're really paying attention, you have to get out of all the longs that really track the market, okay? Because they're just not going to. I should have got out of this too. 222.91. Well, I'll hold on to this one just in case it has some craziness because it's a terrible spread also. Well, it's a very low float, according to us anyway. 3.2 million in the float. Yeah, so we didn't see this yesterday at all. I don't think we saw two red candles in a row at all. Now these are not dramatic red candles, but on the 15, they're not huge or anything like that. But we didn't see this yesterday. Okay, well, I got out of the MBU, but it is popping here. But the spread is terrible. Boy, Cal still has some room in it, guys. A little bit of room anyway. Next high looking left is 720-ish. All right, I'm just going to forget about ITP. Did not have the continuation, so I'm just going to forget about it. Yeah, I'm actually looking at it still, Zen. Yeah, keep an eye on Carnival here. CCL breaking down underneath the whole number. See if that holds underneath the whole number here. It's just shortable. As the market starts to drift down here. This gets into the 1180s. I'm probably going to take a short on CCL. It's just trying to see how well it holds underneath 12 right now, and that's for CCL. Wow, GSX, first one in the Momo down. I think it was in the Momo down yesterday too. So this is almost at yesterday's low, GSX. No, look at GSX just collapsing here, guys. GSX underneath, almost taking out 32. All right, guys, I took the CCL short. We've got to watch it really closely here. Don't want to see it get back over 12. I'm in at 1188 on the CCL short. It's going to be all over the place probably. I may get out almost immediately depending what happens. But I had to try it. CCL short, 1188. And I'm just watching the market. I'm not going to be afraid to scalp this one even. Yeah, it's getting too... All right, I'm out of it, guys. I may do it again. Depends on... I was hoping for a bigger collapse, maybe into the 1160s, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's very... Well, I mean, they're all probably looking interesting on the short side as long as the market does this, but the market has to... You know, I'm not wishing for the market to go down or anything, but I mean, the market has to put in a big red bar for probably some of these to really tank. Yeah, this following the market. I mean, look at what the SPY is trying to do. There's a little green bar. So CCL following the market. Aha, ITP, guys. Well, maybe it's not over. Okay, Chloe. Yeah, we've got some gremlins in the AI, guys. I can just see right now if you got the MXL and it said last price was 14, which of course impossible. You know, it is adjusted. Yeah, I know, Fred. Yeah, they invested in it. I was really just kind of trying to play that. Well, actually, now the market's putting in. I mean, it's just too tracking the market. CCL and American Airlines, I'm sure. Now it's back down again. See, it's tracking the market now that the red candle came in. Still have my eye on ITP again, guys. I know it hit 110. I almost took it, but it's see if it has a big pop out of here. What's the float again? Yeah, 16 million in the float. So Okay, this is from yesterday. Laser, L-A-S-R, laser. Yesterday's AI, actually. All right, so I'm going to forget about ITP. Tease me there. GLNG, Real's talking about GLNG. Over 516. Yeah, look at that. So these are reversal plays. I have it all. I have a RSI reversals. It's on there too. Wow, 10:30. Okay, so I'm just going to keep. Yeah, I'm going to set an alert just in case later on in the day this has a run. ITP. I'm just going to set an alert up. Well, actually, I do have a couple of alerts set up here just in case it has a run. The sellers have been trying to knock it down. Buyers are modestly in control. Meanwhile, Malibu. I wouldn't call it completely non-functional. If you're auto trading, yes. You know, the alerts are still valid. It's just some of these exit, you know, the stop out obviously on EAD should not have happened. Yeah. Yeah. Not cool to talk about another trading room, okay? Devil's Island, okay? All right, everybody. It's now 10:33. So first of all, welcome to anybody who is brand new into the room or new into the room this week. This is the format, Monday to Friday. I'm open from 9 to 3, sharing my screen live on the mic. And again, if you cannot see the bottom half of my screen or the bottom third or it looks kind of blurry, there is a fix. If you can find the tech support tab, just click on that, go to the top, scroll to the top, and you'll see the fix. Basically, you have to be using Chrome as your browser. Click on the Chrome browser settings, scroll down until you see advanced. Click on advanced, scroll down a little bit further. Where you see hardware accelerator, disable it. Disable your hardware accelerator and then exit Chrome and then reload. And that should solve all of the issues, okay? I am sharing, if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Click on the scans tab within the trading room. Scans, all the scans that I'm sharing. Yeah, do not auto trade the AI today. If you've been auto trading the AI, do not auto trade it, okay? Because I just noticing, yeah, another stop got hit when it shouldn't have. I don't know what's happening. If you also, all my scans are available. The room drive icon looks like a half open folder. Click on that, scans that I share, download. The links that I'm going to be talking about, you can download also. They'll both go to a Word document. Look at them at your leisure. Talk about some of the links right now. I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. But first, training, Monday to Friday at noon to 1 Eastern Time. Format is this. I'm on the YouTube feed from 9 to just before 12. and then one of the traders slash trainers takes over from 12 to 1. Then I resume the YouTube feed from 1 to 3. Webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. You should have the latest beta. Okay, if you click on the link, there's the latest beta. Why? Because then you'll have the similar tab in the single stock window. You'll have the buy and the short buttons on the charts. If you click on that link, just scroll, keep scrolling until you see the beta. Okay, download it. I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Next test drive, I would definitely click on that link if you're thinking about trying us out. The test drive starts on May the 11th. It'll run until May the 22nd. That is 10 trading days. Basically for $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service. This is also open for our standard subscribers who want to upgrade to the premium service of those 10 trading days. Basically, just all you have to do is fill this in, and then I don't know if it's going to be 2 weeks, maybe a week before the actual test drive starts, you'll be given all of the sign-up instructions, all right? So again, that'll cost $8.99. We do this 4 times a year. So we do not have free trials. One of the biggest, most often asked questions, we do not have free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. If you click on the subscriptions tab at the bottom, you'll see 4 ebooks. The bottom 3 ebooks are swing trading ideas or setups, not specific stock ideas, but setups. And then the top one here, Earning Season, it's a take on earning season. All these books developed within Trade Ideas. These are not third party. I do have a Twitter account at bbruin44. It is stocks only. You want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there's the promo Barry for Alpha, all in capital letters, numeric 4, 15% savings off the first month only, or the entire year. You click on that link. And this is the pricing for Trade Ideas. Here's the premium yearly and the standard. Premium yearly is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. And the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI and the ability to auto trade anything. Now you don't have to start off with a yearly plan. You can always try us out. Standard monthly plan, $118 less the 15%, or the premium, $228 less the 15%. If within 30 days you want to upgrade, you can do so and we'll honor the promo code. Now I'm going to go over the AI. Just taking a look at some of the AI alerts, see if there's anything of interest to me right now. Not really right now, but again, I use it as a watch list. Keep watching them all day long. The code for a subscription, Devil's Island. Just give me a second here. All right, ITP. I wonder if you're ready this time. I'm just watching it right now. 110, 111, great spread for ITP. Just watching it. All right, guys. Well, I took a kick at this one. 112. We'll see. ITP 112. If it holds at this time, I'm not going to be afraid to scalp this. Gets into the 120s. So ITP. Well, we'll see if if I'm fortunate that they allow me to trade it. IB. Yeah, just give me a while here. I have to watch it. We'll go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. I just have to watch this ITP. Not super encouraged the fact that it hasn't really popped, but we'll just gotta hang on. I see IQ. Yeah, I see IQ really dropped here. Do I see any movement? You mean? Yeah, it's so choppy. I mean, look, it's horrible. Sorry, but it's horrible. I just have to pay attention to ITP, guys, okay? Before I start talking about Brokerage Plus and well, it's interesting. Yeah, so well, okay, I'm out of it, guys. I'm out of it. I'm just gonna have to forget about it. It just does not trade very well. All out of it. Well, escaped. Exactly. It's not, I mean, it's just teasing too much. That should have been the time. It moved. It looked at it once before. Well, should have been. I mean, there's no shouldas, but anyway, just move on. Yeah, IQ and Hua, they used to trade in tandem all the time. A couple of, you know what they are, China stocks, guys. So what do we have? Fraud. I'm not. I shouldn't say anything. I have no idea why they're doing this. Yeah, today is not the day. It doesn't look like things want to really. Yesterday, things continued a lot better. Look at DPW though. DPW definitely. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the auto trading off till a little bit later. Oop, not delete. No, no. And just use it as a watch list today. All right, guys. So let me go over the AI. Sorry about that. I just had to. I'm going to put an alert again on the ITP just in case for 113, 114. I know I'm being stubborn on it, but all right. So this is what the AI has had a bit of a glitch here. Only if you're auto trading, okay? You know, because it looked like it a couple of times it got stopped. The stop got hit, and there's no way it was even close to it. So only if you're auto trading. The alerts are still fine. So this is what the AI does every day. So once the market closes, AI uses the latest market data and runs through what we call 50 baseline strategies. What that means is takes a look at all the filters that are in place. In the AI strategies, there are way more filters. All the filters are in place. Tinkers around with the values within the filters, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, runs through what we call an optimization procedure for each strategy. Typically, what a strategy to make the cut typically has to have a profit factor of at least 60% and a win percentage of 2. Tomorrow, we're then presented with the strategies that make the cut. And as I always say, I don't really care which strategies make the cut. All I care about are the alerts that happen from them. So I just sort, I just have my window open, the strategy trades all, which you can load right from here, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. Load it from right there. If you have the latest beta, you don't have to do anything. You'll see them all. If you don't have the latest beta, you have to right-click segments, click on all. Okay? And then I just wait for the alerts to happen. Oh man, now I bet you my CCL would have been a great hold. Yeah, well not great, but it would have been better. NCLH though looks even better as a short on the cruisers. A little more devastating down. So that's what the AI does, all right? And basically just wait for the alerts to happen and you trade them as you see fit. Now this is Brokerage Plus. So Brokerage Plus is, if you click on New, Brokerage Plus, you'll have this window will pop open. Basically, in its simplest form, it is an order entry screen. And you can use it as a simulator, paper trader, by connecting to trading. Or you can, if you have an interactive broker's account, you can actually trade your own account. Okay. And everything I'm saying, right now I'm going to talk more about the simulator. That's what I demonstrate all day long. And everything I'm saying right now, until I say you need premium, is part of our standard service, okay? Now look at Carnival now, 1152. So everything I'm saying is part of the standard service. So in its simplest form, if you want to take a trade, you just click on the alert. The symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. If you want to short, you sell. If you want to long, you go buy. If you want to go long, you buy. These are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of a position. Half gets you out of half. Double your position, or reverse. You're short, now you want to go long, or vice versa. That's in the simplest way to use it. Now what I do, and what I suggest you at least try, is you can set up what we call one-click trading. You notice here I have some long strategies and some short strategies. How are these created? Well, let's say I click on a laser and I want to trade it. So if I right-click on laser, go back, and this box will pop up. Now, I think we have some defaults that we created for you, but you of course can create your own. And this is what I'm talking about, one-click trading. You just click how you want to trade it. So let me show you how you can use the buy button, okay, on the charts. And I'm going to show you how I created this strategy. So the first thing you do, you want to use, if you want to trade on the charts, say using the buy button right on the charts, you designate one of your long strategies as the way in which you want to chart trade. And how you do that is you right click and you check default chart long strategy, okay? Now how was that created in the first place? Well, you have to have the strategies tab open, and you can click on new from within Brokerage Plus, and that's one of the tabs you have. All right, so click on that. So you have the strategies tab, and then you right click and new trading strategy. You give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? And then these are all these tabs here. You can fill in as much information as you want. And I'm going to show you what I do for the chart trading. Meanwhile, GSX is continuing down. So if I right click and I click on edit trading strategy, now I gave it a name, long. The entry time, I don't have one. You'll notice that on my, if I clicked on the watch list up, you would see that the slider was at 10 o'clock. Now, good news. Order details and risk management. DPW continues, guys. Order details and risk management go hand in hand. I'll show you how. So I would encourage you to get used to the concept of when you get into a trade, have a number in which, okay, if this trade goes against me, I'm prepared to lose up to a certain dollar value. So that's what I have here. The risk value is 100 based on a stop loss. Because every trade is not going to work out. So you should have an idea about how much you can risk per trade, and that should be it should be correlated to your account size. Obviously, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. So if it goes against me, I'm trying to make sure I don't lose more than $100. How do I do that? Risk management. Now, talked to in a marketing meeting yesterday, or not yesterday, was the development meeting. I've asked them now to include this VWAP stop that I'm using all the time. And so I'm not sure when it'll be added, but it'll be added so that you guys can use it also. This is a big drop-down menu, okay? And the VWAP stop should be added. Right now, if you want, you can try our smart stop in dollars. So when you do that, and also in the chart trading, I put a target of 50 cents above the entry. Okay, I don't use targets, but just to demonstrate how it works. So when you do this, have a stop, and you have a risk amount, you're going to see that is how the share size gets automatically allotted when you do a trade. So let's try one. So let's buy DPW. Okay, it's surging here. I mean, just as a demo. So I'm going to click on the buy, and I'm going to drop it right there. Okay, now you see where it says 192. So actually what I've done right now, okay, now it just took the trade. Now you can put a conditional buy. Let's say you wanted to wait for a 2 break. I could have dropped it up there. Okay, and then it would have waited until 2 to take the trade. So you see what happened, 244, it automatically got sized. Why? 193 minus 149 of the stop times 244 is going to give me approximately $100. It's actually 106. So if it hit the stop, if I allowed this to move down to the stop, it would I would lose $106. Okay, if I allow that to happen. Now, right on the chart though, I can start, if I don't like that stop, I can always start moving it up. Okay, maybe I move it up to the bottom of that candle, or let's say the trade really starts working well. I can use this like a trailing stop. Just keep moving the stop up and up and up. Let's say the trade, let's say it's up to 220. I can, start moving the stop up right on the chart instead of using what I consider an artificial trailing stop. I know a lot of people maybe want to use a percentage or a dollar amount. Why not use this and place it right on the chart to an area that makes sense, maybe the bottom of a candle or a support area. You also notice that right there it says 120. You can't quite see you can see the line on the weekly chart. So, excuse me, so that's what I was saying. I put what I call an artificial target, 50 cents above the entry. Of course, if it starts approaching that, I can also start moving this up and down as I see fit. So that's really how you can use the buy button right on the chart to place a trade, and then manage it right on the chart. So, what I just described there is all part of your standard service. Here is where you would need the premium service. If you wanted to auto trade anything, my alert windows or an alert window that you create, you need the premium service. And basically what you do is you turn the strategy on. You just go to the strategy that you want to auto trade and you just turn it on. I've disabled them, but you just have to turn it on, and then you would auto trade. Okay, I just turned them back on. For that, you need our premium service. If you wanted to auto trade the AI, you need our premium service, plus you have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time licensing fee for $1,100 minus whatever discount there is, the 15% you could use. So that's basically it, guys. I mean, just to sum up, if you don't care about auto trading anything, then Brokerage Plus is included in your standard service. Okay, everything I was doing using the buy button, etc., included it as part of your standard service. If you want to auto trade anything, then you're going to need our premium service. Look at GSX just collapsing here. Wow. I'm going to try it tomorrow. It depends on the market. I hate to base it on 2 days, but obviously the last 2 days, auto trading with the market, the big gap up. Yesterday and today with the big gap up, what was happening obviously is in the first 30 minutes, stocks were just running. So I'm catching them at the highs. So, I might try it tomorrow. Depending on what the market does, I might put the auto trader on at 15 minutes instead. Up until yesterday and today, it was working great by delaying at 30 minutes. No. For the premium service, I'm sorry, you need Holly, or you need our premium service for Holly. Okay. So I should have said that. Yeah. So the premium service is for auto trading and also to have access to the AI. So meanwhile, now on the other hand, I mean, I put this on auto trading on the entries more as demonstration. I don't auto trade. Okay, I'll just flat out say I do not auto trade. This is more of a demonstration, for it. But I use this, ultimately I use this as a watch list. So for instance, there's the laser at 11:14. If the trade, if it didn't, for instance, WMC 215, there was the alert at 10 o'clock. If it gets back up to 215, I'll probably be interested. So I will now set a price alert right back up there, depending on what the market does. Okay, just KSS. 1846. Now that really has to come back. So I probably won't be bothered with that one. The Nordstrom's 2088. Yeah, it's down too much. So I'll use this as the DIN. Yeah, probably the spread is too crazy still. Yeah, it's still a 40-cent spread. As a watch list though, I'm just kind of always waiting. See, the market now is starting to drift down a little bit more. This didn't happen at all yesterday. In fact, all this little action was more on the upside. I mean, these are not huge candles or anything, but it's just starting to drift down. I can't remember. What was the high of the market this morning with the Dow? Oh, okay, not what was it up? I shouldn't say what was the high. What was it up at one point? Okay, one moment, please. All right, one more kick at this one. I still have my alert set up here. I'm going to set the alerts up here. ITP. Yeah, we're still having some drift down on the SPY, guys. We did not see this at all yesterday, so this is not quite the same as yesterday. CNX, guys, CNX, a little pop here over the whole number. The next high looking left is 832. It's not a low float, but interesting look, popping over the whole number, over the VWAP. So they did it mid-session, did they? Yeah, 4.6 million. It's not much. 4.6 million. Not a big offering, but nonetheless, they did it mid market. All right. Well, who knows? Let's see now. Okay, guys, listen. You're on your own in the ITP. I mean, I may do something, but I'm just going to trade it on my own. You're on your own in the ITP. All right. Well, you can probably guess what I've done, but again, you're on your own. Okay. I mean, this has been a real challenge. ITP. Well, I mean, there's no hard and fast rule on the whole number. I mean, it's all psychological. Stock's trying to break a whole number. So, coming from the upside, I mean, yeah, I mean, once they get through that whole number, a lot of times they'll continue. It's all psychological. So I don't really know how to answer your question. I mean, they could go upwards, they could go downwards, sure. I don't know how to answer your question, really. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule. I just like to see a whole number of breaks before I take a trade, that's all. Okay, guys, CEQP is on the move here. Lots of volume coming into CEQP. Little green bar right there on the SPY. Yeah, look at the bounce for Carnival. I mean, these things are just mirroring the SPY, most of them. I mean, look at this. All the way from 1137 right up to 12. Laser continues to a certain extent. Bottoming tail, just choppy though, very choppy. Ugly looking one to try to trade, in my opinion. Okay, well, Fred, I'm glad we waited on the Clovis. You were right to wait for a pre-market for those breaks. All right, listen, you might want to keep an eye on this one. It's not that much volume, really. 350,000 shares. It's an earnings play, 31 million in the float. But you might want to keep an eye on this one later on. See if it can. I mean, it did get a high of 19. I don't know if I can completely believe that. 1936 before it pulled back. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert around 1680, which is just going to be below the whole number. See if it can clear this area out, and see later on in the day if it can have that move that maybe starts to challenge that high right there. And that's for the GBX. DPW, WD. Let's see what WD does. Low float. Again, it kind of spready. Yeah, he could not have meant the 200-day moving average because, yeah, NCLH is 47.31. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know, Sam. You'd have to. I'm a Canadian, so it doesn't affect me. I don't know what U.S. residents use. I've heard it mentioned in the room. Maybe somebody can answer that. So the question is, to overcome the pattern day trading rule, what broker can you use if you're a U.S. resident? Well, guys, make no bones of it. It's been a tough 2 days for the watch list. Okay, guys, obviously I'm out of the ITP again. Salvaged a little bit. It is really, really whippy. I thought maybe it would have a run into the 130s, but not yet anyway. All right, here's okay, guys. Simple SMPL. This had earnings on April 6th, so that was yesterday, pre-market, starting to move down. Had a little pop in the after hours. Then the pre-market was up, but now this is starting to give it up. Simple has room. Let's see, 1560 or so on that daily chart. Okay, guys, here's another one that could reverse. Okay, could reverse. There's pets. Just waiting to see if we've got a bottom in pets, PETS. No, Manita. No. Okay, one moment, please. Hungry kitty, just a second. It's okay. With all the AI alerts, it's an idea. Okay, that's how I treat it. With everything, it's an idea. So, for me, first of all, I like to see it take out the whole number if I'm going to take it. Number one, it doesn't mean you have to hop in right away. Also, I'd be always looking. Where's that 200-day moving average? Where is the next area of potential resistance on the daily chart? It looks okay. I mean, you look at the monthly chart, the weekly chart. So there's a lot of things going into it. It's a suggested, I would be looking at it, but I never take the AI alerts just, okay, I have the alert, take it right at the alert price. Never. I always wait and see. Okay. Are we getting an alert from a good pattern? What sort of resistance is there nearby? For me, it's a watch list. Okay. That's how I use it. LIND. LIND. So that was alerted here. Let's see what it's doing. That's an interesting one, guys. LIND. What's the volume like? Not bad. Low float. LIND. Over the whole number. Looking left. The next high looking left on that daily chart is 556. So that's got some room. Okay, so maybe the bounce is taking place for pets. What's the market doing? Market is, you know what? The market is kind of flattening out a little bit here, guys. It stopped that little drip down. Okay, I have to expunge ITP from my memory. Depends how much volume the dreamer. I just can't make an overall pronouncement like that. I mean, it really depends on the volume. I mean, look at DPW 169.70. It's a penny spread, 3 million in the float, but it's 31 million shares traded. So it depends on how much volume there is. Here's a little one, MFG. Wow, 12.6 billion shares in the float for MFG. I'm definitely interested in this Lind. I'd like to see it. Like to see the spread tighten up just a little bit, but it's only 4 cents. But I'd like to see it tighten up a little bit. LAND. Yeah, just not seeing the follow through on the watch list today. The immediate follow through, anyway. So for Lind, I'm going to stick an alert right up here around 5:15 or so. So this was the practice one for the DPW. I'm going to move the stop up, take me out of the trade. That was a demonstration of the demonstration how to use the buy button on the chart DPW. Another little earnings play, guys. Not very much volume. 147,000 shares. 36 million in the float. ANGO. Yeah, Pets has not really bounced yet. Not a lot anyway. I mean, obviously, yeah, if you picked it right at the bottom and you sold right there, that's 50 cents. But I like the bottoming tails here on the 5-minute chart. Do like the bottoming tails. Yeah, Lind is spread's terrible. I mean, 503, 510, 7 cent spread for a $5 stock. That's not good. It doesn't encourage you to try to take the trade yet, anyway. Yeah, that was a well, so far, a very short-lived bounce for the Pets. Well, we don't make any changes, John. On our side, we make no changes. So it might be on Schwab's. The only thing I can suggest is that you start a live chat with Bill, our linking expert. He is there. So you can go to the homepage and start a live chat and see what he says, okay? But we don't make any changes, of course, on our end. And as I always say, Schwab and all these brokers, they don't care whether we can link with them or not. So it's it gets a little frustrating, I know, but yeah, I guess it hasn't been trading Asia for that long. I mean, it's obviously an IPO back here. Six, so that's 6 times 30. 180 days. So I get it just hasn't it hasn't been around for 200 trading days. That was a question. Why isn't the 200-day moving average? Where is it for FINV? Well, it hasn't been around for 200 days. All right, another little one, INPX. Now there's a low float, 5 million in the float, lots and lots of volume. INPX, volume pouring in right now. DHL. Yeah, I'm not in love with that daily. Yeah, and look at the weekly chart on RDHL, Fred. Look at the weekly right there. Looks like there's a lot of resistance. And look where it got to. Looks like there's a lot of resistance there. To me, anyway. No, they don't care. James, they don't care. If you phoned up IB and asked some guy, hey, my trade ideas isn't linking well, they go, who? Even though we are so, we've got Brokerage Plus working with them and all that, but they honestly don't care. All right, guys, I'm taking a kick at Holly, HOLY. That's coming from the less than 20. This one right there, the less than 20 right there. And again, I have no idea if this will ever be available. It's still undergoing lots of testing. It's just a segment we're trying to develop. Looking for stocks under $20. And again, as I always say, it's not just a matter of putting a filter on the existing on ones you're getting from the other Holly segments. It's not just a matter of putting a filter of less than 20. So I'm just going to try that one, see if that one has any sort of follow through. All right, now I put that alert on for WMC. What's the market doing? Yeah, I think I need the market on my side. So there was the original alert, WMC 215. Remember I was saying? But I really think the market has to be... See, look at this. I mean, it's just little candles here. Yeah, it's creeping back though, guys. It is creeping back. I mean, weren't we only up 300 and something now? I mean, now we're starting to get these. Probably what I have to do, yeah, do something like that. It's going to look a little more dramatic then. So the SPY is actually starting to move up, guys. I mean, it's a little more dramatic. See, but even with the market creeping up, this is not creeping up with it. I mean, this isn't bad, but LIND, it has room, but I'd like to see that spread tighten up. 509, 515. So IQ is trading again. And how's the HUWYA? So it is trading. So they've both bounced actually. I may look back on this and the spread is kind of keeping me out of this play, LIND. Hey, one moment, please. All right, I'm back. Oh man, this one is not dead. YGYI is not dead. My big mistake this morning by not really following it more. Kind of got a little biased underneath a dollar, but man, oh man, what a move! Fairly low float. It's not a crazy low float. 14 million in the float. It's not crazy. This is kind of what I was hoping ITP would do, you know, but it just didn't do it. Anyone have a link for the screener? What screener are you talking about, JSTN? When you say anyone have a link for the screener, which one are you talking about? Can you hear me? No, I'm talking. I want to. Somebody asked me a question. Do I have a link for the screener? I can't find it. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, what is the screener? But I'm asking him if he can hear me. Is this a trial session? No, this is a no. This is the format every day. It's a free room. I'm open 9 to 3. Sharing my screen. Well, guys, as I say, I'm going to kick myself. I mean, look, the Lind, but the spread is still bad, but it is just starting to move up. Here's another little one moving here, BLRX. Okay. LERN, or Loran, you can hear me, right? Okay. So what you have to do is, if you can find well, you're in the tech support, okay? I'm sorry, you're not in tech support, but if you can find the tech support tab, there is a fix if you scroll to the top. Basically, what you have to do is you have to be using Chrome as your browser, and then you have to go to your Chrome browser settings, find the advanced tab. It's at the bottom. Click on it, scroll down, and disable the hardware accelerator. Okay? If you disable the hardware accelerator and then close down the browser and reload it, that should cure it. Okay? Well, the spreads are from your broker. Okay? This is time and sales from IB Interactive Brokers. We don't have we don't have this. This is not part of the program. It's just all brokers have it. So that's where I'm seeing the spreads. All right, I had an alert for GBX. Why did I have this? Oh, okay. It's just kind of taking this out. This is an earnings play. Volume is starting to pick up. I mean, 500,000 shares. Probably by the end of the day, it'll be close to a million. 31 million in the float. It is an earnings play. So let's see if it can pop through 16 and maybe start to. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's a dime. It's not terrible. Well, I use Holly in a very different way, okay? I don't go in, I mean, people ask, do you take the trade right off the bat? No, I don't. I never do. I always wait to see it. I mean, I took an early trade today with the Cal. I liked the way it was trading. I liked the price. And, the market was, robust. Well, it was up at at that point. So I took that one. But I just use it as a watch list. I mean, I don't use it as an auto trading vehicle whatsoever. So I mean, I just use that as a watch list and watch the ones that are performing the best all day long. I forget about the ones that aren't. I know you're kidding me, Grumpy. See, don't do that, okay? Because people think I'm or think you're being serious. Okay, please. I've never auto traded. I've never auto traded the entries on Holly. I've said that a million times. Never. Only on my watch list, my watch list. Not the this is not the AI. And again, this is in the simulator. Yeah, I only say yeah, thank you very much. About three dozen times a day. I have never auto traded the AI. I'm auto trading in this simulator my watch list just to sort of demonstrate how it works. All right, so just left click on a chart, Loran, left click on a chart and press the control key down on your keyboard and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, scroll in and out. Okay? Okay, so Surf Trader, again, you have to use Chrome. Well, you have a Samsung, so use Chrome as your browser. And I think it's the same thing. I mean, I don't know if the same thing, disabling the hardware accelerator. I have no idea if in a tablet if there is a hardware accelerator. Yeah, I don't have an up and down 25% on big volume. Okay. So I don't know where you saw that. I don't have that one. And guys, I'm out of the Holly, the HOLI also. Took a little loss on that. I'm just sort of, and it's almost time for my break. So I'm just getting a little bit chopped up right now today. You know, I had the good trade on the Cal, but other than that, I'm just kind of chopped up a little bit. Halted on the way down now. YGYI? Okay, I hear PSTI. Now there's a big volume coming into PSTI, guys. A lot of volume. 700,000 shares on that 5-minute candle. Ooh, it is an expensive one, yes. All right, guys, so I'll be taking a break right around 11:55. I'm going to be handing over the YouTube feed to Steve at 11:55, and then I'll take a break till about 12:30. Yeah, this was another one from the one under 20. It just didn't quite like the way it looked, but this one definitely worked better than the Holly so far, HOLI so far. Okay, market is starting to drift down a little bit here, just a little bit. Yeah, so I don't know if you heard me. I don't have a link. I have nothing up, down, 25 cents on big volume. I mean, it's easy enough to make, but I don't have a link for it. PSTI. Now he's really starting to rip here, guys. What sort of room does it have? So if I look left on a monthly chart, 525, 517. Yeah, it takes that out. Look out. I mean, this does have some room. This might be one of those that might run tomorrow too, depending on how it closes today. Kind of like an acre, AKER. I'm not saying it's going to do that. I'm just saying it could. Something like it, because take a look at this. I mean, there is the room up to 960 or so. If it can, actually, maybe not. Maybe only to about 650 on the monthly chart. How did you get a short for PST? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, no, it is shortable. It is shortable at IB. Yeah, 41,000 shares or so. Genesco guys, GCO. This is on the move here. What does it have? Looking left, 1605. This has some room. Genesco, low float, 14 million in the float. What's the spread like on that one? Still 7 cents. Not terrible. You must take a lot of shares in order to achieve a target. I don't care. I don't care how many shares.
All right. I think we did it. It snuck up on me. All right, let me take a quick look here. We did it. There we go. I hear my voice. Let's put that voice on mute. Snuck up on me. And it looks like we retained. That's right, Michael. We retained the viewers. That's our little challenge every day, is to try and grab the live stream link, hit the button, and do it in a pretty timely fashion, because if we wait too long, then YouTube times out and we got to start over. Hello, Fred, talking about Lind, huh? Is that what you guys were talking about? I'm just kind of joining the fray here as to what you guys are doing. You know what? I have that problem when I broadcast. Have you guys looked at the similar profile yet? Travel arrangements coming back online. If you haven't, there's that new similar tab, which is really nice. That would make sense. We've got, look at that, another beautiful example. We've got the airlines leading the way today, it looks like. Big oversold bounce coming in the airlines. Whoops. So hello everybody, by the way, my name's Steve. Trade ID is user number 3. I've been using it forever, and I do mean forever. I'll take you through an hour here. We'll give Barry a bit of a break, but pulling up the ETF for airlines, there's that 10-period moving average that is just so spot on. I was just sending Dave Portnoy, who needs a lot of freaking help. He doesn't know what he's doing over there, except blowing up his account and blaming everybody else. Tried to show Dave Portnoy the beauty of the 10-period moving average supporting price, whether it's an individual stock or an actual ETF index. So anyway, I'm here for an hour. If you guys have any questions on the program, I'm here to help. I got about a 15-second delay here on this thing, but I still see your comments in real time. Hello, Mike C. DPW. Somebody was talking to me in support about DPW today. Hey, well, look at that. Interesting. A couple of thoughts. First off, electronics, components. They must have specific news over there, I'm thinking, so there probably is not a lot of similar. Yeah, we'll go back to the... But what do we notice here? We notice it's at the moment of truth. We got 1 minute to go before a new candle is drawn, and that's a little suspect right there. So if you're long DPW, you kind of want to see this thing close above that moving average and hold the momentum. However, it may be tough. 89% is pretty impressive, especially when you consider it's already given some of it back. Yeah, going to need to hold that level there. But this thing is so volatile, there might be a little bit of slop in there nonetheless. What else are you guys looking at? Acre. Oops, A-K-E-R. Here's a great example of day and a half. All right, Andy and I have been noticing when the stocks have their day. We'll call this day one. I'll call it moving day. It's an anomaly moving out of the range, and there's something happening for sure. Day two, here we are on day two. We get about a nice follow-through push, and then it all just kind of falls apart. So a lot of times when you get these giant moves, if you're going to take them into the next day, I love just the day and a half theory. It's not even a day and a half often if you want to get out before the musical chairs end. Get out, an hour after the open as things start to turn, because that's just the way momentum seems to work on these big moving day stocks. When they have a big day, close with a big green candle, follow through the following day, it's just a matter of time before the people who were positioned prior are looking to take those profits, and you start to get that slop. And there's a good example here of the candle closing below the moving average, and it's been slop ever since. So the momentum on that trade was broken in a day and a half, if not sooner. So that's what I'm seeing on the two stocks you guys are talking about. Okay, can you show us how you would set a filter for PSAR? Okay, so if you're trying to work backwards and reverse engineer, the first thing I'm going to do is look at the daily chart and say what is happening in the daily chart, and kind of work from a 40,000 foot down. If I can get a chart. I'm having some serious connection issues here. It happens when I broadcast sometimes. Is that even the correct name? Oh, PSR is an indicator. Okay. I thought it was a stock. You gave me 4 capital letters. 8,000 stocks out there, and I thought we were going to work backwards and try and reverse engineer. So I'm not familiar with PSAR. Maybe we better spell that out. In the meantime, these are the stocks I'm watching today. X. Let's go back to my moving averages here. The moving average, the 10 period, plays a similar role for me on the daily charts. Look at that. It's just walking it right back up into play. I've got an order to sell some right about there. I'm using the trade ideas line, so I've got an order to sell already in another account. Another 1/3. I took a third off here on that day. I'm just kind of letting this thing brew back up. I think the more they talk about infrastructure, the more buoyancy this thing will have, but I'm not interested in playing concepts and macro news. I'm interested in what the chart tells me. And as long as the chart's walking up that 10-period moving average, I'm okay. Parabolic stop and reverse. God, I don't know about that one. I've never heard of that. That's a new one for me. Parabolic stop and reverse. I don't know how, if we think about it, Here's some initial thoughts. All right, let's go to I'll just grab a random configure so we can look at some of the filters. Let's do this. Let's pull up one that might have a bit of a parabolic, since we saw that. Okay, so there's a parabolic move, the day and a half move we just talked about. Um, do you have an example maybe of a stock actually who's asking that question, Asia? Do you have an example of maybe a symbol? That a day and a half might not really be parabolic so much as maybe a few more days of data might be better parabolic. Because I've got an idea, and it's regarding using position and range. It'd be better probably to see a stock that's been going up, for a few days. But anything that you've got, since you asked the question, if you have an idea in mind, it's always easier for me to kind of work off of a current pattern that we can see. Okay, I see your question, Dante. We'll get to that in a second. Okay, so let's see. Somebody's saying ETFC is parabolic. VSTM, I'm going to go with VSTM since the question asked. Okay, so at which point were you interested in a parabolic reverse? What are we looking for here? What's going to be our trigger? Ten-day. 1, 2, 3, 4. 10-day high. Okay, I'm assuming that's what you're saying. Let's look at this because I'm just going to take you back to this anyway. So let's go to the filters I was thinking about, and it's the position and range. You said 10-day, all right? So we've got position in 10-day range, and there it is right there. So what does that mean, position in 10-day range? Well, it means if we look back 10 days, the 10-day low is going to equal a value of 0, and the 10-day high is going to equal a value of 100. All right, March 23rd at 2:30. Well, you're getting specific on me. March 23rd. Let's just hold that thought. March 23rd. Boom, boom. Okay. All right, so he's calling for this day right here, roughly. So it looks like we have come out. All right, so we've come out of a parabolic move to the up and then a big move to the downside. Okay, I think we might be able to play with this. Let's count how many days we got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It might work out perfectly. So we'll go back to, let's take this in 3 stages. The first stage is going to be, we'll call it position in 20-day range. And think about that. And then the second stage I was going to think about was kind of the falling 10-day range. And then the third stage would be like maybe a 5-day range. And we can try and kind of plot each one of those just using the 0 to 100 value. So let's get rid of the 20-day range and let's just play with the 10 and the 5. I think that's what we're going to want to do and focus on. So let's bring back our configure library. And actually we're going to start from scratch now. So we'll do, let's just do a topless window and find stocks that are at least in the ballpark. We don't need an event to trigger anything. So we're going to look for a couple things. Position in 10-day range. We want that one. Add filter. We want position in 5-day range. Add that one. And we'll do 20 just in case we decide we need it. All right. Our stocks are going to have to average 300,000 shares a day, and they will be between 5 and 500. Now, stocks in, so if we're going back to this period here, remember we're kind of looking for this day right here. So we had a precipitous fall in a 10-day move, but how do we get the first move showing up, like a fall from grace, in other words? I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. Let's see if we can at least start with the basics. So position in 10-day range would be, where'd you go? Position in year range. I probably put him at the bottom. Oh, jeez. I'll tell you what, I'm going to start over. Hide unused. Position in 10-day range. Add filter. I want to be in the low. I think I have a good idea how to add to that. So I want to be in the low end of the 10-day range. I'm going to be no more than 20% above my 10-day range. But in the 5-day range, I want to be at or near the top. So I want to be at like the 98th percent of the 5-day range. And that's position in range, by the way. So, but now I want to define the size of the range. Let's just use our filter called range. We're going to go to a 20-day range in percent. So I want to define a big range. This thing has had a wide range. So let's add that filter. And let's use Vista as an example. So from 2 to 3, back down to the, I mean, this is a range of about at least 75%. Let's just throw a number in there. A minimum range of about 70%. Let's see what we get just from that right there. Let's see if we get anything at all. We don't. All right, let's change a few things here. Let's get rid of that big thing that I just put in there. And let's say maybe 30% range. All right, that's not working either. So it's kind of process of elimination of what you're looking for. That's the approach I'm trying to take here. Actually, I want to be above a 5-day range there. Let's do that. Leave 30%. Am I going to get anything? Nope, still not getting anything. This might be a tough one because we're looking for if-then. So we're almost looking at, for more than, step 1 is there, the big move parabolic up. Step 2 becomes the fall from grace, and step 3 becomes identifying the base in the fall from grace and then triggering the outbreak. And what I'm saying is it might be too many steps for our software. I'm trying to kind of combine all 3 of these together and hope that we can get kind of a mashup of something, but I can't even get anything to return here at the moment. And if I can't, I'll try and move on, but I want to spend a little bit of time. Let's get rid of that range altogether and just see if we get something. Still nothing. Why are we getting nothing? I'm not asking that much. All right, now I'm starting to get a few things. So, Aja, this is what I've got so far with my current settings. And it looks kind of similar to maybe what you were looking for. I don't know. But I'm going to give you this and as a place to start, as a foundation to work on, and then tackle another question. So I'm going to save and share this. And then I'll drop it in the, I'll call it cloud code. And I'm just going to paste it right there. All right, so hopefully that helps. I'm going to back up now. Again, we're just kind of playing with position and ranges. Again, 0 is the low end of that range, 100 is the high end of that range, and then we can also define what's the expansion of that range. Is it a 5% range? That might be a pretty narrow range over 20 days. Or is it a 50% range? That's where you're going to get these bigger expansive type moves. So that might be a setting to start with. So Dante said, can you manually override auto trade you placed? Okay, so let's bring up Brokerage Plus. And I don't have anything in there. I was going to do maybe a little demonstration if things got slow, but let's just grab a position right here. Let's just say we're in 100 LX. And let's say that this was an auto trade. And being that it was an auto trade, it's going to have a stop order already that was assigned to it. I'm just going to manually put that in there, and it would probably look like this. And so a lot of times when you get an auto trade that pops up onto your screen, you didn't execute it, but all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm long 100 LX. Okay, and okay, it looks like it set the stop for me here at this particular level. And do notice that it gives you a nice little reading as to what that would stop loss would incur if it did trigger. So the question is, can I manually override an auto trade you placed? So if this was an auto trade, it more than likely came from one of my alerts and it got me in the trade. Okay, so the trade's live, and more than likely the trade is going to have a strategy. If we look at, editing strategies, it's going to have a time, entry time and hold time. There it is. If the hold time is showing 60 minutes, well, you got 60 minutes to decide if you want to override this trade or not, because yeah, it will kick out. So what you would do is you would come into the manual trade here, and there would be a stop. It would be either a time stop. If you saw a time stop in here, in other words, your trade is on, this is going to be the place you're going to want to come in here, right click, and modify stop order, and modify time stop. And in that modify time stop menu, if it was in there, because it would be an auto trade, you'd see one, but you don't here, you would have the option to cancel the time stop. And by doing that, you've pretty much ensured yourself that the AI is not going to exit the trade for you. Now, when it comes to manually overriding the stop that came with it, you could say, well, you know what, now that I'm looking at this, that's a bit too tight. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drag and drop, and that's a cancel and replace right there. So that's a couple different instances in which you can take the initial buy, your time stop, your targets, price targets, and your stop losses. You can manage those and manipulate those in the chart. But I think the one takeaway you're going to want is this exit time. You're not going to want the AI to sell. You're not going to want Brokerage Plus to sell your automated trade, because all automated trades are going to have a time stop. And if you don't disable that time stop, you're going to participate. So that's the real crux of your answer. You want to disable that time stop if you're going to manually override it. Yes, Peter has a good question. Can you review the meaning of the limit offsets and the order details tab strategy? Yes, it's a good question. Let's talk about that. So we'll go to our strategies. And if I'm trying to go long, turbo breakup, it's a great example. This is a turbo breakup, meaning stocks are making new highs and you want to participate. Chances are they're not going to back up and be nice enough to hit your bid. So you're going to have to be aggressive. And you've heard that a lot in talking about Brokerage Plus and automated trading. One of the most important configurations you can make is how aggressive are you going to be in reaching up and grabbing. Now, certain strategies are going to be there's going to be more requirement in certain strategies. That's why I'm going to focus on turbo breaks up, because you're probably going to be competing with other traders and bots that are grabbing the offer as fast as possible. So the question from Peter is, how can we determine how deep into the offer we want to go before we say, Uncle, you guys go without me. I'm not chasing it beyond this. So we edit the trading strategy, turbo breaks up. There's our entry times, but this is where it all takes place. Okay, entry order. Just do me a favor, don't use market. If you use market, they're going to bend you over a barrel. You have control with limit and the offset. So the default is set, I believe, to limit offset of 5 cents. So this is where it gets interesting. Notice it's a value, it's a negative value. That has no meaning whatsoever on the price. What it means is, how aggressive are you going to be? And the reason it's expressed that way is because we have two directions. We have longs and we have shorts. So negative values for price aren't going to mean much when you switch directions. So what the negative value means is, how aggressive do you want to be? All right, 0 is I want to be completely passive and I'm not taking anything above the current offer. All right, well, negative 5 cents means I'll take 5 cents above the offer. Now, if you want a little wisdom, I think deals are starting to get done around the 7 to 10 cents. So if you don't mind paying up to 10 cents above, you might get 6, you might get 8, but you'll stop paying 10 cents above the current offer. Now, of course, this also would be different in stocks like Apple versus Sirius Radio. So big consideration there. There's only a $sign control for this particular offset. But for what I'm hearing for people who are trying to get into trades actively, or even mirroring and monitoring the AI and auto trading the AI, they're using like 8, offset of 8 cents, -8 is going to work for you. So, on the extreme opposite side of it, let's say you're somebody who's never, ever, ever going to chase and you want to get your own price and you're going to wait for the price to come back to you. Well, maybe you'll come in and be passive and say, I'll go 3 cents off the offer. Maybe that's on the bid, maybe that's in between. It doesn't matter, but that's a passive way of sending your order. So, negative values, limit order with negative values are more aggressive, and -8 is probably a decent setting for real life expectations. Hopefully that helps. Good questions. What I was going to talk about a little bit more in today's afternoon webinar was, excuse me, yeah, yawn. Not getting good sleep lately. Anybody hook me up in some Ambien? Black market. Appreciate that. Yeah, same thing to the short side. So again, it doesn't matter what direction you're going. The system, Peter, will take care of and understand the direction you want to go. All you need to know is negative values, more aggressive. So if you want to hit the bid by 8 cents deep, you'd go -8, and your shorts would go the same thing. They'd hit the bid 8 cents deep. Is there more info on auto trading? If you don't have the simulated trading, I think I've actually got that one lined up right there. Yeah, sim trading. Let me go ahead and drop that in here. If you haven't seen that one, that's decent. There's more information on some of the nuances of using it. It's a YouTube video. Another question, is there a way to only see alerts from your watch list? Yeah. Oh, Steve, I have a bad habit of stopping early. I got to read the whole question. Is there a way to only see alerts from your watch list based on a certain spread? Do you mean the spread of the stock? Like you only want to see stocks with spreads less than 5 cents or things like that? Because that in itself is just a simple filter setting. So yes to that. And then the first part of your question is there a way to only see alerts from your watch list? So, you would, yeah, so you would take, here's an example right here. Here's my watch list. It's a top list. And if we configure, you'll notice that I'm using my ETF list. I'm not concerned with anything else other than the 33 ETFs that I want to monitor. And then I'm sorting them to tell me that airplanes and oil service. It's all about airplanes and oil service. Matter of fact, oil service is riding that 10-period moving average really nicely as well, breaking out of a nice little rounded bottom there. It's an interesting looking sector if it holds. But to answer the question, yes, I'm pointing this towards now. The spread filter, is that available in a top list? It might only be available in an alert. Let's go here. We would search, and we're going to go to spread. Okay, so spread in a top list is not available. Let me do this. Let me go to an alert window and go to configure, and you might see that spread is available. Look at that spread. We actually have a term for it. So you could create an alert window with only the watch list that you want, things making new highs or new lows, what have you. But here's what you would do. You would add this filter, and you would say, if you don't want to see spreads more than 10 cents, we'll put a dime in there, and we'll say, what does that say? Show me stocks where the stock is locked, where the spread is no more than 1/10 of a penny. So basically, this is the operative word right there. The spread is no more than 1/10 of a penny. We could do a nickel and have the same thing. The spread is no more than a nickel. So you're not going to see widespread stuff on that alert using a filter setting similar to that. Okay, so the alert will work as well. Yeah, it's weird. There's certain things like 1-minute volume or spread or some other time of day, some other filters that work in combination with our events, which means it's an alert window, an event, an A window, something's happening, and we're only seeing that happening if it satisfies our filters. That's where we have the full capacity of our library. When we get to the top lists, these are slower paced scans that only refresh every 30 seconds. And because of the architecture of the product, certain things don't fit into that paradigm, and spread and time of day and 1 minute volume happen to be some of those. So sometimes you have to be forced to use an event-based alert window to get that spread filter to work. Fred, look out for SRNE. So this one's had 4 really good days of push, not showing any sign of abatement either. Research and developments, therapeutics. You could go to the similar tab and you could see probably a lot of other similar stocks that might be in the same vein. This is interesting. It's fighting its way through the 50. It's fighting its way through the 200. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see this thing ride sideways on a flattening 200 and a flattening 50 here over the next few days. Sometimes you don't get much pullback at all after a pop, and those are the ones that are the strongest because their secondary push starts to be like a train leaving the station, hoping nobody's paying attention, almost like a little pennant flag. Doesn't look bad, for the longer haul, perhaps. It's consolidating what it's gone through. Above 267. Yeah, you're right, but again, I think it might take a couple days to work itself out. I'll put an alert in here just for fun. We'll go 269. We'll give it an extra penny. We'll just keep an eye on it. So that's a good segue right there. What I just did, guys, is I right-clicked and I'm setting an alert, a price alert. I see a chart I like. I'll forget about it if I don't put a blue line in here. And if the price crosses below that blue line, I'm going to be alerted in real time with this thing right there. It's going to let me know. Sorrento is working. Sorrento is working right now. Nothing's happened, but if it happens, I'm not going to miss it. So you set it and forget it and serve yourself up some opportunities. With that said, what I'm going to do a little bit later in the afternoon webinar is use that function, but combine it with, where are we going from here? I mean, you can make a case either way, in my opinion, right now. We're having some very constructive movements here. But I've said in the past, the bottoms are not always an event. They're more of a process. And we could easily get an uptick in these coronavirus numbers again. Anything like that would slam the sellers back in. We might retest those recent lows. So I don't know what the operative play is right here, but I'm going to suggest one of them today, and it's this alert right here. It's basically stocks that were uptrending and pulled back to their 50. But all I did was I used our flip feature in the configure button and flipped it. And now these are stocks that are bouncing up to and around their 50 period. So we're seeing a lot of stocks that might be interesting short candidates if the market fails. I don't know if the market's going to fail, but if the market fails, there might be some interesting candidates right off the bat here. This one is having a very difficult time at the 200-day moving average. What if I put an alert here and it's coded short and it triggers? It might be rolling back over and I might want to know about it. So I'm going to go through some of these later today and just kind of show you how we can use, if I can get some charts, no, not interested. It's a chart by chart basis. No, not interested, not interested. Every now and then you'll see something that really pops out and looks like it might have had a pretty good exhaustive bounce. Like this BTG may have had an exhaustive bounce, and that little hitch in the low yesterday might be a place to consider that the 50 period held that price and it might be rolling back over. Here's another interesting one, another rejection, this morning's rejection through the 50. All right, so if this thing takes out that low from yesterday, looking at this chart, it could be a reversal. I mean, I don't have a lot of convictions on these. I'm just trying to give quick examples. But this is how you can combine, trade ideas, technology and make it work for you. Here's one that's had a really nice bounce, came up and all the way almost kissed that level. You could make a case for that one. That's pretty odd. Yeah, this one came up and kissed that one today. If it takes out that pivot level, I'm going to go right there. It could be a case for shorts. All right, let's see. Question from Steve. I've got several horizontal lines, support and resistance. Okay, so pay attention, Steve. There's one setting that I can do, and whatever it takes away, it's going to take away. And whatever it doesn't, you might be stuck with. Let's just look at the chart first. Properties. Okay, you can get in properties. You can get rid of the buy tags, watermark, and things like that. However, over here there's a little Easter egg in tools and options. Okay, and Circus Steve in general, notice in appearance we have a box here that says show extra chart drawing. So if I unclick that and click save, whoop, look at that. A lot of that stuff just disappeared. So that might be the one you want. I, however, am going to keep it because even though I have a pretty good eye and I know what I like to see, even this morning, as I mentioned, I brought up X, and the trade ideas, that blue line right there was exactly where I was thinking about throwing out another offer on this thing. So I don't mind taking a look at those. There's reason behind some of these colorations. So that's the one setting that you can control there, Steve. Whatever that removes, hopefully that's what you were looking for. You have several horizontal lines. Okay, I think that might be a different command altogether, so let me address that. Okay, you've got a line, so let's say you've got a markup. All right, you've got one of these. Maybe you've got another. Here is the way to do it. All right, you need to highlight, watch my cursor. It changes. Okay, now I'm going to click. I've clicked. When the cursor changes, I've selected the line. I can see little boxes on each end of that line hiding. Well, now that line is selected, I hit the delete key. Not the backspace, but the delete. All right, let's go grab this one. Here's my cursor. Left click, select, delete. And that's all you got to do. I think that was your question the first time, but it doesn't matter. It was good to show the other stuff. All right, so Scott is up. Touch Scott. How do I backtest a strategy in AI? The AI strategies are all proprietary. They're kind of on the shelf behind the scenes. They're not able to be backtested. But you can backtest any other strategy that you might like to use. Trying to think if I have anything interesting. Let's pull up. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what would be interesting in the last couple days. It's really hard to backtest right now because of the mess that is out there. I'll go ahead and backtest this. Let's see. So basically it has to be an A window if you're going to backtest it. Yes, Circus Steve, one by one. Click, delete, and then wouldn't be a bad idea to save your layout once you've done that. So the backtester is available on the alert windows only, and you can control your, this is my Pacific Coast times, you can control your beginning and ending times for scanning and what you want to look for. Right now it's locked up on me again. Here we go. So if I wanted to scan this thing and say, what happens if I buy it and hold it for the next day? Market open. Yeah. A little bit of risk management. Enable a profit target of maybe 6% and use a stop loss of 2%. Let's just scan for the last few days here since everything's been kind of different. Simulate a buy. I have a feeling the last couple days might be a little bit better since it's a long strategy and what the market's been doing. Or not. Not very many trades, but that's a whole lesson in itself. I would invite you, if you have not seen the Trade Ideas University. It's a 4-part series. I'll grab the link to that and drop it. Part 3 and Part 4 go a pretty good deep dive into backtesting and how you can do some interesting things. TI University. There's the link to that. Yeah, so you know how to do it already, Scott. He just wanted to know if we were able to do it in these. Can I come in here and backtest breakout long? No, unfortunately, only Michael Noss has the keys to that car. I don't even have the keys. And the idea being is you could backtest it and try and improve it and optimize it all you want. The AI, the machine learning over the evening is probably going to run circles around you. It's much stronger, the ability to do that. I will say this though, Touch Scott, if you haven't seen the ability to backtest and optimizing the time of day, optimizing the price levels, but more importantly, optimizing certain things like, comparing it to the S&P. Was the S&P positive today? How do these strategies work on the days when the S&P is up or S&P is down for the day or for the last hour for that matter? You can start to compare a lot of things. That's called optimization, and it's pretty cool. This window here, the A table, I've talked a lot about. They're just things that are strong, and more than likely they're going to be, COVID virus stocks and vax. Yep. For whatever reason, digital realty is strong. Look at that. Really strong. Data. So I guess I'm just going to take a wild guess here that the real estate market, caravans and tours and open houses are dead, and digital realty is alive and well. So whatever the story is, that's a very compelling looking pattern there. I'd be happy to share this. Look at that. This thing is just waiting to try and test that level. So what we're seeing here on this scan only is stocks that are holding up well. And why are they holding up well? They're probably holding up well because there's some sort of relation to what's happening in the world right now. That's what I see over there. That's not a bad looking setup either. I saw Teladoc on here for the longest time. Pets was on here. I think actually I loosened this up a little bit. I'm going to tighten it up again, meaning this, yeah. I'm going to take all the 85 scores, all the B plus students. That shrinks it up a little bit. That shrinked it up too much. I didn't like that. I'm going to put that back to 80. All that means is our composite rating of technical indicators and fundamental indicators have given the score at least a B, an 80 rating. So I'll be happy to share that for anybody that wants. Essentially, it's just showing us stuff that's probably in play with the COVID-19 thing. I call it the A table, and it'll sniff out things that are holding up really well. You heard Michael and I talk about dojis. How do you use it in an alert filter? Well, there's two different ways you can use a doji. We have an intraday version and we have a daily version. If you want to find the daily version, I've got something to show you. Bullish candlestick patterns. This is a multi-strategy window, and we have doji enabled, and dojis are in green today. So let's see what we've got. Doesn't look like I'm seeing nothing but bottoming tails and green bar reversals. Oh, there's a doji, AGI. Now, when I say doji, you have to look at the daily chart, and you have to look at yesterday's candle. That is the only thing you're going to see off of a scan like this. Let's see if there's anything else in there that satisfies doji. Now, if you're looking for an intraday, again, those are the same ones. If you're looking for an intraday doji, I can help you find a 60-minute doji. And the way in which you would do that, I'll share this by the way. It's called bullish candlesticks. And before I do, you can notice you could add a new strategy if you want, but we're basically looking for hammers, bottoming tails, and green bar reversals. Basically bullish candlestick patterns. And just remember, it's the prior day on the daily chart when you look at it. So I'll be happy to share this as well and put this back on my shelf. And put that code in the chat. Bullish candles on daily. Remind you, day prior. So what happens is we do an overnight...
SRNE.
Here's one of my alerts I just set. Set it and forget it. So we do an overnight scan. Oh, it's the SNRE, the one you guys were talking about. This thing is strong. So here's what I do in this moment in time. Okay, you're making highs. How serious are you? What's your 1 minute volume? Oh, I don't like this at all. I got to tell you. Relative volume of 0.6. I don't know how much I want to trust that. It's not really pushing with a lot of volume here. So I'll start to monitor. What's the 1 minute volume? Okay, that's jumping. That's a good sign. The 5 minute volume's jumping. That's a good sign. So these are the things I look at, when a stock's trying to push through resistance. If these numbers don't line up and they stay low, then you're very easily just going to get a reversal in the next minute or two. But I don't know what's going to happen. All I can do is try and look at the data points in real time when these things occur. So there's a great example of seeing something we talked about 10 minutes ago, liking it, setting it, and forgetting it. It pops up into your wheelhouse. Forget whatever else you're doing in the moment. Now you can analyze it and decide, do I want to participate? So that's kind of a good little workflow demonstration there. Yeah, I don't mind looking at charts. Everybody's got their favorite chart they're trying to look at, and I don't mind looking at them at all. ALTG. Okay. What do we have here? This is Business Association profile. I would like to know at least what they do. Owns and operates equipment. Okay, so all right, so this is everybody that's on hold until construction comes back. I always like to know what the story is, but the chart tells me the real story. Looks like a rather new issue as well. Okay, there's not a lot of data on it, not a lot of news on it, probably not a lot of opinions on it either. But what we'll do is take a look. All right, so here's our declining 10 period. Rejected, and it's been holding it, and then it rejected again. So today is the first day that it's back above its 10 period moving average, and as it is, it's also attempting to challenge the declining 20-day moving average, something it has yet to be trading above. So I think I would say I like the volume today. We have relative volume of 1.7. We can obviously see it there. Last couple of days have been quiet. I like the story. We could be coming back online here pretty soon with the good numbers that we're seeing. Could make a case for it, but again, I don't base my decisions on what I think could happen. I base it on, can this thing get up and can it close above the 20-day moving average? If this thing can get above and close above the declining 20-day moving average, I think that that's a significant shot across the bow of the sellers here. You got to like that kind of bottoming cup and handle action there. Couldn't come back and test. A lot of times they'll come back and test that. Couldn't even get that. So very strong, significant base here. I think the only thing I'd be watching for is if it can close, if it can post a close above that 20 moving average. Because what you'll see so often is a move above midday, and then at the end of the day it closes like that. And you're like, well, that wasn't really a successful test. It was kind of rejected. So at the end of the day, see how that does. At the end of the day, if this thing closes on highs, all green, hey, maybe you take a chance. Maybe you're already in it. Maybe you add to it and look for some follow through tomorrow.
Acre.
We were just talking about that, weren't we? Yeah, that's the alert that went off, Fred. I heard something else go off. What was that? Was that an AI trade? Yeah, Acre. Hello, Jennifer. New to trade ideas. How do I set a window for stocks with momentum volume for day trades, both directions? I've got a perfect one for you. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you how you can get it and anything else, but I'm also going to show you how to get it and give it to you. So I'm going to scroll down here. I don't know if we still have a channel 4. Some people don't have it, but we've got one here called channel 4. This is like a palette of ideas that we've had saved. And what I'm going to grab for you is called Extreme Volume High-Low Pro. It's what you're looking for, and it goes both ways. It swings both ways, so to speak. So it's this guy right here, green and yellow. So take note. This is what you do on these channels when you want to take something for your own use. Just right-click, and we're just going to grab Save to my cloud. All right. I'm going to click on the puppy there, back to my regular layout, and then we'll load that from the cloud, and we'll take a look at it and try and determine why it might be something you want to see and maybe how to play it. And then I'll share it with you. All right, so we will go to load from the cloud. It's right there, Extreme Volume High-Low Pro, and this is what it looks like in all its glory. So we've got two different colors. Green are the up ones, and yellow are the ones going down. Come on, data. green going up, yellow going down. Now these are just the last two, all right? Always, when you click into it, you'll notice there's an arrow in your intraday chart, and that kind of shows you where it was. So this was the last of the lows. I bet you it was reporting a lot back in here. So what we need to do is look at the history today and see what's it been doing. So we're going to go to history all today. And let's just see what it's been showing and how you might consider playing these. There's really two different ways you can play it. One safer than the other. And since you're a new trader, I'm going to explore the first one with you. All right, was that the earliest that Kara came out? Okay, I guess it was. What I like to do with this is, you got to remember this, these are coming out when they make a new high. So essentially this was coming out up here. And let's see why first before we do that. So the strategy configuration, there's a few things going on here. A lot of things going on. New high is our event. New high is our event, but we're only going to see the new high after the stock is up a 1 full percent. So that's why we didn't see it earlier. It has to be up at least 1%. Relative volume, it has to be doing at least 50% more volume than it normally does, because 1.0 means the stock is doing normal volume. Here's what's so powerful about trade ideas. CALA is a stock that does a certain amount of volume. And as you can see up here, we're reading a 3.13 today on CALA. What does that mean? It means that Trade Ideas is looking back in the database for CALA. And it's checking the time. It's going, okay, it's 12:45 Eastern. What amount of shares has CALA done at 12:45 Eastern over the last several weeks? That gives us our baseline. Okay, this is a normal run rate or a normal pace of volume for CALA at 12:45 Eastern. Well, today it's doing 3 times normal, and this is what we want to see as traders. If a stock is doing abnormally good volume, our chances of getting follow through and getting our patterns to work are much better than a stock doing less than 1.0 volume. That's a stock that's asleep and can probably get you, kicked around. The more participants, the more chance that things are going to follow through. So that's an important consideration as a trader. So we're limiting things that are doing at least 50% more volume. I wouldn't blame anybody if they came back here and changed this to 2.0. I've got one of mine, set to 3.0. So the higher the number, the less stuff you're going to see. All right, let's continue here. What else is it scanning for? Position in 10-day range. We talked about that earlier in another question. So going back 10 days, this stock is at the 95th percentile. We can't predict when a stock's going to break out of a 10-day range, but we might be able to show you when it's close, and that's how we can do that. Same thing, position in 20-day range. We're going back 20 days. The stock is a healthy stock in the 85th percentile of a 20-day range. Average daily volume is going to be safe, 500,000 shares a day. You're not going to get in trouble with that. And when you consider we're doing high volume as well, these things are not going to be low volume. And again, that's very important for a new trader. What else do we have here? Okay, remember I showed you a second ago what's important to me when a stock's making new highs? The 1 minute and the 5 minute readings. So we're actually going to scan for that in this filter as well. If the stock's making new highs, it better darn well be doing it on 10 times normal 1 minute candle and 5 times a normal 5 minute candle. So with these settings, we're going to keep out a lot of the riffraff. We are only going to be seeing things that are doing solid active volume, and it's on people's radar. So that's what this stock is looking for. How to play it? Well, let's focus on the green ones for now. We can come back to something else. What I'm going to propose to you, and this is literally what I've taught people a lot. There's a lot of things that come into play. I'm looking at this stock. It's had 2 days of run. Okay, so it's had 2 days of run. Maybe it's going to hold on. Maybe it isn't. But what I want to, again, I'm going to come back to the easiest, most simple indicator there is, the 10-period simple moving average on a 15-minute chart. It's all I need. It's all I use, whether it's swing trading or day trading, and it's all anybody I think really needs themselves. So we're going to let this scan serve up the ideas, but we're going to use this as our guiding hand. I mean, you can see right here, right off the bat, it held all day yesterday, pulled back, held again today, held. And that's 5 or 6 tests of this line. And I call it the momentum line because a stock that's in momentum is going to follow this line. Once the stock breaks this line and posts a closing candle below that line, the momentum has subsided and you're probably best getting out. But what is the perfect setup on these things? Let's see if we can find a good one. I found a good one. Found a great one. Okay. So Wing came out on this candle right here. And I'm going to guess it came out right there. What I'm going to say is don't necessarily come out and buy these things the minute you see them, because more than likely, if you're the guy who bought, or the girl in this case, Jennifer asked the question, who bought this move, that's a pretty big green move. You're literally just asking for what happens next right here. But all of a sudden, this area becomes extremely interesting to us. So we're not chasing, but hey, thanks, Extreme Volume High-Low Pro. Thanks for putting Wing on my radar. I'm going to watch this thing. My favorite setup of all is when they go literally sideways. So we had a little bit of pullback and then sideways. That's cool. But the sideways action seems to always be resolved on these types of stocks by continuing higher. And if it doesn't, oh well, get out. You got yourself a great entry. You didn't lose too much. You didn't buy the exact high and then suffered all these red candles and then got out for a loss. You're giving yourself, one, a good entry, almost a free look, because if you're wrong, I want you to buy right on this moving average. And the ones that want to grind higher will do so for you. So there's a good example in Wing. LVGO, same kind of thing. These must be related. They're not. They're two different charts, but they did the exact same thing, okay? So you see the LVGO come out. You don't chase the herd. You wait for it to pull back. And all of a sudden, rather than buying these highs, maybe it's a bit more interesting down here at this level. This is the safe zone. This is what I'm saying right there. Let's look at some opposites. Your question was, can I do it? Where's your question, Jennifer? Stocks momentum for day trades, both directions. So that's why this one came to mind. I think it's the perfect one. I'm going to share with you guys both directions. Again, the guiding hand popping this thing lower. Here's an example of get out. Okay, did you take a chance on going short on this one? Well, if you did, you probably got in right about here. And since the stock didn't roll back over to your liking, you got out right here pretty quick. Not a lot of pain in these types of entries. So we're finding the action, all right, Jennifer, we're finding the action, and then we're using a simple indicator to determine when we want to participate in the action. Let's look at another one from the upside this morning. Okay, we talked about this one earlier in another respect. Again, I always want to look at the daily chart. What happened in the daily? This got way too far ahead of itself, and as I mentioned earlier, the rubber was meeting the road on this thing. It has declined. So the day and a half is over. Interestingly enough, somebody else was talking about this stock, and it showed up on this particular scan, so I think you guys are going to like it. Here's one to the downside. Okay. You could have taken the early warning. This was a 2 minute after the open trade. Most people are probably not going to chase shorts 2 minutes after the open, but guess what? This thing's on your radar. And if you're watching it, rather than buy this level down here, maybe this level right here was a little bit better if you were patient. And it's just going to keep grinding into the close. Ugly looking daily chart. I'd trust that to the downside. All right, so that's enough talking. I think that was a good question you asked, because when new traders, and believe me, all right, we can see it in our webinars in the afternoon. You guys are sitting at home on lockdown, and this is really the only game in town right now. There's no sports. There's no movies to go to. The market's open. People pretty much have a general interest in the market, whether you're trading or you have a 401k. It's a perfect time to kind of watch the jump rope and learn a few things. So for newer traders, I'm teaching the same thing over and over. Step one, find the momentum. Use trade ideas to find the momentum. That's step one. Step two is to manage the trade. How are you going to manage the trade? Use the 10-period simple moving average on a 15-minute chart. That's going to give you the guiding hand. That's all you need to know. You don't have to chase that first candle. Be patient and wait for this little spot right here where it starts to force the issue. That's the best advice I can give new traders. All right, I'm just going to get rid of that because I don't use that. I've got another one. And again, some of the that was stupid. Some of the modifications you guys make, first thing right off the bat might be maybe bump that relative volume up from 1.5 to 2.0. You're going to get less stocks, but you're going to get more quality returns. All right, so I copied that. I'm going to drop that in our YouTube channel here. So it's called Extreme Volume High Low. Great scan for new traders who want to trade momentum and just keep it simple using that guiding hand of the 10 SMA. All right, trader, thank you. You guys, you got it. Okay, so the SRNE trade. See, look at that. It gave us a little bit of a fake out. I don't trust the fact that it's come so far so fast. It needs to consolidate first. A shower, a hot meal, give the troops a good night's sleep. Then you got your chance for your secondary moving day. That's what I think is going to happen with these. Occasionally, they don't look back and they take off, and those are strong, but they're hard to trust. So, it could go either way. 25% of cellular FDI. All right. Good to know. Back to intraday doji. Stop talking about it. Sorry, Damien. So intraday doji, you would go, it'd have to be an alert window. And intraday doji is going to be, go to the drop-down menu and look for candle patterns. All right, and here they are. My mistake, we can actually do more than 60 minutes. Preferably, I would do 60 minutes. I think, personally, the most valuable thing on here is probably a 60-minute hammer. Hammers can come and go all day long and 5-minute and things like that. But, a good 60-minute flush down and pop back up, those can be interesting. So all you have to do is go to the alert window, go to search, category, candle patterns, and there are your options. You want a 60-minute doji, you can do so. Just remember that it's going to draw on the 61st minute. So once the candle completes itself and has moved on to a new 60-minute candle, that's when that event will show up and alert you that you have something. Hopefully that's helping there, Damien. You're right, we had 2 different time frames we could have talked about. Yeah, we're losing our oil bids. Stupid Peloton trying to shake everybody out. That's fine. I'll stay in this. I've been in this for a while. I was a trade of the week 2 weeks ago. Don't like seeing this nonsense going to the downside, but that's what they do. They try and go down there, and, let's see, the low is basically right there. So come down here and really tickle these lows and see if you can trigger any stops. And then when they reverse quickly and green candle back up, I think the coast is clear. It's almost like you need to do that before you can move higher. Just like I was saying earlier in SRNRE, you need to reset sometimes, whether it's a deep pullback to try and shake the trees or a sideways consolidation pattern that just gets eventually resolved by the moving averages. I'm okay with it. I don't like it, but it's the nature of the beast. It's kind of how price action trades these days. They just, when they run out of steam, they just reverse back to the other side of the street and take out a few pedestrians over here and move back up. So, again, a lot of times before a nice moving day on the daily chart, we have to have a little pullback of the slingshot and give us a nice bottoming tail to show some strength. We'll see if that happens. It's still a long day. All right, so a couple more minutes before I turn it over to Barry. Probably got time for one last question if somebody wants one, but I'm all talked out. So yeah, last call for questions. Agent above 253 volume is coming in. He's correct. Fred is correct. Volume is coming in. So there's something happening here. Relative volume, I'd like to see that number grow. But yeah, keep an eye on those numbers there. Could be news. Looking at the daily, I'll tell you what I do like about the daily. It's got that bird in the hand look that I like to talk about down here as an actual kind of scan for it. Just kind of resting, and then the moving average comes up from underneath and kind of forces the issue. So not bad. It looks like they had a bit of a news event there, some sort of an algo shuffle. Not bad at all. Just know that these are news-related stories, and so they can turn on a dime before you know what happened. All right, I'm going to turn off my pen here. Thank you, Jennifer. Very helpful. Good to know. Thank you for the feedback. Probing one, Mr. Steve. TI subscriber here. What scan do you have for intraday Momo on volume? The one, look above there, probing one. It's called Extreme Volume High-Low Pro. And just real quick, for those that don't know how to do it, I clicked on the link. What happened? This happened. What do I do from here to accept these codes that I'm sharing with you guys? All right, highlight the entire URL as the code, copy it, and you're done with that. File, load from cloud. There it is. Just click the load button. And that is what I was sharing with you guys for probing one for you, for any subscriber that wants to have for intraday Momo on volume. We just went over that pretty good, and I think that's going to be the ticket for you. So just look up in your chat window and you'll see that one there. Mike C, just leave your home phone. Trust me, I've been doing one-on-ones on my home phone and I'm starting to regret it. All right, Fred, yeah, I'm going to go. Those are some good-looking holders, some good-looking symbols for the other one, but I'm going to give Barry a countdown here. You guys, take it easy. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
All right, I think we did it seamlessly there, Steve. I think I'm in. I don't think we booted anybody out. So I'm back on the YouTube feed. Make sure if this has worked. All right. A seamless handoff, Steve. All right, everybody. So I'm back on the YouTube feed. So I'll be monitoring the YouTube feed also. So you can ask me questions there, as well as, of course, the questions that are happening in the trading room. And I'll be doing my video in about 10 minutes. Take about 20 minutes off, do my video, and then I'll come back into the room. And then at 2 o'clock is my marketing meeting. Now the market, I hate to call the market boring, but right now we're just sort of flattening out. Look at the SPY 15, basically just flattened out. But we're near the highs. So this has been pretty encouraging. 2 days in a row so far, without any big sell-off. So far. Yeah, I'm afraid to look at Bohr. It's been on my, it's funny. I think I took it off the watch list. I took it off the watch list yesterday, I believe. Not sure why, but I know I did. I know it was on the watch list before. All right, now AMRS. So there was the trigger, 274. It's still hanging around there. Look at the room it's got. The 200-day moving average is 342. So again, for those of you who don't know what this watch list is all about, I'll freely admit the last 2 days have been a bit of a challenge on it. And I don't quite, one of the reasons being is that most of the symbols from the watch list are on the long side. You can just see there's been nothing on the short side triggering. And of course, yesterday with the market being up 1,600 points, there were very, very few, I can't even remember one that was down that could get added to the watch list. So basically what happens is I have a watch list. These are the symbols that have triggered from the watch list today. And once the market's closed, I will take the entire watch list and I'll go through them stock by stock, meaning I will load them. I'll load the symbols, check the daily, weekly, and monthly. So look at an MAC as an example. It's on the watch list today. It didn't trigger for what reason? I don't know. I can't see what the reason is. Oh, I see the reason. So there's the, see, for it to trigger, it has to take out the high, and it hasn't reached that high. There's the high of the day. It has to hit the high of the day. But I digress. So what I'll do is I'll look at every symbol on the watch list, and then I'll make a determination of the stocks that are on today's watch list. Do I think they could be carried over to tomorrow? So this one, it's definitely got a possibility. I mean, it has a little bit of resistance in this area because the watch list is really designed. It's really can be used for multi-day holds. I mean, I'm a type of trader that likes to get at everything by the end of the day, but the watch list, the stocks on the watch list usually have room to run. So I'll go through every symbol and I'll say, okay, yeah, I think I'll carry this one over to tomorrow. And I'll go through every single symbol, make a determination, and then I have about 3 or 4 scans that I look at after the market closes, and that's where new symbols will get added to the watch list. And then tomorrow, all you have to do is click on New from the toolbar, New Channel Bar, and my window's right there. These 3 windows will load, and you just wait for the alerts to come in. And you can see why I like to do it in this fashion. This is the repeating version of these 2 windows, okay? So why I like to see this is that I can see right there, WMC, the alert was at 10 o'clock, is at $2.15. What has it done since then? So obviously, I mean, if I had really been following, 215, it got up to 250. Not bad. I don't think KSS really worked that well. 1846. Yeah, it didn't really move off that. Both of these did not move. Nordstrom's, two big retailers. This one I shouldn't have had on the watch list. I explained earlier it was sort of a bit of a long shot. Shouldn't have been on there because it's so spready. EC, what happened to it? 1213. No, it didn't move very much. MAC 825. So it's still hanging around. Now DPW I think was 149. Got up to almost 2. Malibu 2303. Got up to 2367. I think RDNT is still kind of active. 1044. Got up to 1075. Laser 1114. Yeah, that was pretty good. Up to 1193. So I mean, are they all incredible winners? Of course not. But this is why it's a watch list that can be watched all day long. Kind of how I look at the AI. It's a watch list that I can watch all day long. I'm actually looking to get back into the Cal. And this could be one of the very few times that I actually swing something. And I created the watch list again. I created it maybe, I don't know how long I've been doing this now, 3 months or so. Initially, the idea was for new traders and new people to trade ideas. Instead of having to worry about anything, they could just load my watch list and maybe follow a relatively low number of stocks all day long. But I found that it was working out great for me too. So I actually pared down a lot of the alert windows that I was following all day long, and I really just follow this. I'll glance at these 2 and then the AI, and that's it. Give me a second, guys. I just wish I could pay more attention to it, Vicky. I mean, it's not bad. What is it I like? Well, it has room. I mean, if I look at Cal right here, I mean, yes, looking left, there's the next high looking left, but look at all the room it still has. So, look at that daily chart. I mean, look at all the room it's got. Room. I mean, I don't know if it's going to keep going, but at least I don't have to worry about a lot of chart resistance. So that's, and the fact that it's an AI alert, so we're seeing something. Look at the volume that's coming in, that came in today, dwarfing, everything else really. So, I mean, it's a little footwear company, and I can't believe just because the market's up. It was up a little bit yesterday, but look what it's doing today. So it may be really starting to get going. I don't know. Okay, guys, I have to do my video, so I will. Just give me a second here. Okay, Fred, I have to do my video right now. So I'm just in the YouTube feed. Back around 140. Yeah, I don't option trade Sal at all. Okay, we do have option filters, but I do not option trade. Okay, guys, we will see you at around 140. Turn this off. All right, guys, I'm back. So if you're watching the video, or if you do watch the video later, you know I actually am in this CAL. I'm in around right here, 145-ish, okay? And I say I might swing it, depends how it closes. Now, if it goes down to like 616, I'm going to be out. But if it holds this area and starts to move, I might actually swing this CAL. Now, yeah, the market's turning a little bit here, just a little bit, which might affect, what I want to do, just a little bit. I got to find my 5-minute chart. I use it in the video. Let me just see. Oh, I think I closed it down. That's right. Okay, so oh, okay, guys. So you see, yeah, I closed it out. Remember, I raised my stop, so it took it out. This is what, and I was just showing you how you can use or how you can very manually make a trade, just by selecting how many shares you want. Then afterwards, you put a stop in. Now, by all rights, what you should be doing is you should know where your stop is first, of course, and then based on that, calculating how many shares you would want. So. Because if you're going to risk you should always be risking a certain amount per trade, the same amount. One thing you don't want to start doing is risking, say, $100 on one trade. You lose, so the next trade you risk 200 because you've got to make it back up. You lose, now you're down 300, so you risk 400 the next trade, on and on and on. Okay, so keep your risk just about the same every single trade. Yeah, it's probably a good idea, to have a daily limit. Yeah, I mean, if you're down a certain amount, just say that's it for me. Because what happens is you get anxious, you try to make it up. I mean, it's just human nature. You just try to make it up. Eventually you just have to admit, you know what, market, you got me today. And that's why, again, if you're a new trader, paper trading, guys, use our simulator. Practice, practice, practice. If you're a new trader, do not start with money, like your real money. That's why we have the simulator here for you. Practice. All right, guys, I took myself out of the Cal trade. The only way I'll get back in is if it gets back up to, say, the 250 mark or 650 mark later on in the day. I took myself out, took about a 20-cent loss on the swing, so I didn't have that many shares. Understanding that a swing trade, you're going to have a wider stop because I'm looking for more, of course, if it works. But so I'm out before my actual stop. Just don't like the way it's trading. Yeah, fear of missing out. Fear of missing out, you know, like the Y, well, what was one that was really running? Probably the YGYI. Not a great example. I'm looking for one that's more, you know, a series of 15-minute candles up or 5-minute candles up without a hitch. And you're looking at it and you're saying, oh my gosh, I got to hop in. And you hop in near the high. Yeah, probably DPW may be a good example. No, not really. I'm looking for one that is straight up. You know, this had some actual jogs in it. I mean, look, I understand. Yes, to a certain extent, but I'm looking for. Oh no! Don't tell me I missed this. No, okay, I haven't missed it yet. AMRS. Not even Lind, Fred. No, no. No, this was not shortable. This actually came on the an RSI reversal, but not shortable for me at IB. And that's the BORR. All right, I should not lose sight of this one, this AMRS. So I'm going to stick an alert right about, say, 278. I don't want to lose sight of this one. I mean, it's a big, nice bottoming tail there. The sellers tried to. I don't really know what happened here. I mean, it's possible that's real, but I mean, anyway, the sellers, if that's real, the sellers tried and the buyers took it up, and then they're in control to a certain extent right now. Okay, guys, don't forget to remind me I have my marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. I think I missed last Tuesdays. I just completely forgot it. Well, you can have this one. I don't know if I've actually got it. I don't know if I'll give this to you, and then you can take a look at it. I think there are two strategies in here. Yeah, long and short. Yeah, a little disappointed in the Cal. I actually thought that this could hold this area right up there, a nice little base, and start to move, but not yet anyway. I'll have to watch. Hey, sir. Good point, actually. I only missed one. So to be honest, I mean, the AI only has had one good alert today. You know, and that's that Cal. Good alert for me anyway. I mean, I look at the aggressive It's still up 10%. No, it was. Now it's up 8%. Okay, market is just starting to slip just a little bit, just the littlest bit here. In fact, not really. I mean, yeah, not really. Look at the volume for this BORR. 11.7 million. Great volume yesterday, dwarfing it today. That's what I was. It's kind of why I was interested in the Cal, because of that volume. Another thing, guys, is I think I have too many stocks in my watch list right now. I don't mean these ones that I think I've had too. I think I've got too many stocks. And there is a classic fear of missing out. I'm looking at some of these setups and wow, it's not bad. Okay, I'll add it, but I'm probably going to not have as many tomorrow. So I'm gonna switch this. Actually, what I may in fact do, there was a stretch for maybe about a week, in which I just took off the auto trading completely when I didn't think it was working that well. So I'll have to see tomorrow. I might change it to 15, but I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see what the market does tomorrow. Well, it had a crazy day yesterday, MMU, and the big news pre-market pop. Well, that's pre-market there. Sorry, but yesterday, if I look back at yesterday or after hours, sorry, it had the big after hours explosion. Not bad pre-market, but once the market opened, I mean, it did regain a little bit, but actually, I'm wrong. Wait a minute. There we go. There's after pre-market yesterday, huge move up. Yeah, but then once the market opened, look at how flat it got. So it's been choppy. AGEN. So this is okay. This is actually not a virus play. Okay, cervical cancer. Okay, so it's not a virus play. Well, here's my take on it. I don't like it that much because I just look at that daily chart. Number one, looks like there's too much resistance not that far away. 280 or so, right around here. The 200 day is up there. So I don't think AGN is, to me, is that great. Now, if you're looking for a 15-cent move, maybe. But I just see there's too much resistance right there, and then that 200 day. Zoma, I haven't seen Zoma in a long time. Now, there's the 200 day also for it. It's about $1 away. You can see it tried to get through it. You know, again, I look at the 15, the 5, it's just chopping around. Nothing, and very low volume too. Very, very low volume. They're their partners? Okay. Yeah, I mean, what do you see? I mean, this is what I see right there on the daily, and then I see that 200 day. Now, obviously, if it can crack through it, but even then, I mean, it doesn't have and it's a huge float for, again, I always say this, for a $2 stock, 132 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. Like some fantastic release. So I mean, I see it. Fast track FDA fast track designation didn't really do anything. I mean, it's up 9 cents. My feeling about all these bios, unless they say something about the virus, that a lot of these things just get lost. You know, they see a pop and then they read, oh, cervical cancer, who cares? I mean, I'm not trying to make light of it, but you see what I'm saying. Unless it's really relevant to a virus play, people are just not paying attention. Oh, it's especially good to call the trade at the time, Hummer. So what we want to do, it's not just about we got a lot of great traders in the room, and how we can all help each other is, for instance, if you said, well, guys, I'm going long a CCL right here. People can take a look and see, okay, I see what he's saying, or no, I don't like it, whatever, but so it helps everybody. So absolutely, you want to make a call, go ahead. What we don't like to see is, hey guys, I just made $1,000 on a trade. It doesn't help anybody. Agent has virus news. Okay, something about malaria. You have been talking about Dow. Let's see about Dow. Oh yeah, well, nice capitulation. I guess this one wasn't too bad from the watch list. 31.35, 33.60 now. Just a matter, can you hold on? I mean, it's there's $2 though. 31.35, 33.60. Yeah, this one I did not like this one. I mean, I know it moved up but the spread was awful. Now the spread is only 3 cents now that it's moving down. Wow, look at Cal now. Well, that's why I got out of it, guys. I just did not like the way it was trading. Boy, the SPY is just flattening out on that 15 minute. Just little wee. Very, very, well, let me make this a little bit different. Yeah, I mean, it's starting to fade a little bit here now. The SPY, I think there's an important level. Set an alert right there. Whoa, MRSN, man, what a move here. MRSN. Look at the volume that just came in. Is this halted? Look at the volume that came in. Huge volume, guys. Huge volume. That's basically the volume of the day. It was not trading really much at all. It's traded 9.5 million shares. 9 million right here. Right here in this 5-minute chart. I bet you if I went to a 1-minute chart, it'd be almost right there. I am surprised that I'm surprised it's not halted. I'm just looking at, well, okay, look at Cal, okay? So this is where I was very interested. I thought, okay, it's holding this. This is where I got in, right around this, around 645, okay? I got in right up here, and it started to move a little bit. I thought, okay. Flattening out, then you get that red candle, and then another one. I think, you know what? I just don't like the way it's trading. So it's more of a, it's not holding this area like I wanted it to. I can always get back in, I suppose, if it regains. Because the high of the day was what, almost 7, and it would still have room, but I just didn't like that candle. And then when that started, I said, you know what, don't like the way it's trading. Make sense? I mean, it's sort of it's a feel. Yeah, don't forget my meeting. Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Fred. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the announcement in. It doesn't start until 2. So let's take a look at this MRSN. MRSN. Well, something's put a jump into it. I don't really know. I can't see any. There's probably some news. I just don't see it. I'm surprised it did not get halted, though. So looking on the weekly chart, it looks like there's some resistance very close, though, unfortunately. I mean, if it broke through this area around the 650 area, then it's got a lot of room on that weekly chart. Well, more room on that weekly chart. I see a penny. I see 620, 621, but I can't believe or is it halted? I don't see that it's halted, but I see 620, 621. I think it might be halted because this looks a little crazy down here. It has not showed up on our halts resumes. I'm just not seeing any action, though. For a stock that's moved that quickly. No, I guess it's not halted. No, it's not halted. Okay, now, well, it's almost like it was halted, honestly. But now look at it. Well, you could have got it as much as you wanted at 621. Well, this should be right up Williams' alley here. MRSN, it is shortable for me at IB. There's the area right there on that daily chart, 650 or so. I don't see any news on MRSN. I'm sure there is. You probably have to maybe go to Twitter or something like that. But I don't see any, like in our news. We don't have any. Nothing has popped in. Vicky, if you were wondering why I even saw it, because it's not in here. Well, it's here now. Where I saw it was right there, MRSN, but it was right at about $6 when I saw it. It's 2 o'clock, almost. Okay, hasn't started yet, so I'm going to yeah, another 8 seconds. I'm gonna mute my music. Okay, I'm still here. It hasn't started yet. Wow, look at that MRSN. Whew. Well, this is a critical area. I mean, if it takes this out right there, then it still has room. Look at the volume that came in. It was doing nothing until then. Yeah, it looks like it's a block trade. Yeah, like some, but sometimes a block trade you don't get this move. You know, it's just sort of saying, you know, somebody says, "Hey, I want to get rid of it, but I don't want to destroy your chart. So can you arrange a transfer?" But this popped it. Again, I'm just waiting for the meeting to start. Yeah, now the SPY is starting to move a little bit. It looks a little more dramatic now. Still not huge candles, but we're starting to get that drift. All right, guys, the meeting has started. Sebastian, the developer of the room, I think he wants to come in. Normally I'm going to shut down at 3, but I might leave it open. He wants to test something with Chrome to see if we can get rid of the pixelization. So I think I was just talking with him or emailing him. I'm going to ask him to come into the room probably at 3, so I'm not going to shut the room down. Let me just see if he answered me. So I don't have to keep going through all this nonsense every single day about telling people how to disable the hardware accelerator. And you probably, this has been while I was in the marketing meeting, this PLCE, I've been in this one on the short side. It's just kind of, it's been all over the place, and it's really tracking the market. And now the market is taking this low out here, guys. So we're definitely, we're still up 300, but we're probably down 500 from the high. Yeah, I just sort of saw that comment about I'm new to trading. First of all, if you're new to trading, don't trade with your real money. We have a simulator here, okay, that you can use, and you need to be a standard subscriber and all, but we do have a simulator that you can practice trading. Before you start committing, your live money, you should really practice trading. And we've got a great simulator here. It doesn't matter what broker you have, it's using our real-time data. So oh man, look at the market now, guys. So this, my little place trade, let's go. It's been all over the place, though. Boy, what a drop. I mean, look at Cal. I mean, this is I was going to swing this one. I was going to swing this one when it was up in this area here, and but again, I don't get stubborn. I'm not going to say, well, for all the reasons why I wanted to swing it, they're still there. No, they're not. So, and tracking the market, completely and utterly tracking the market. Look at that 15. There's the 15-minute candle for Cal. So many are like this right now. So this is definitely a different day from yesterday, guys. This selling is picking up steam. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to scare you, but I mean, if you're a brand new trader, new to trading, I mean, you just can't think you can step in and start trading. I'll be totally honest with you. You have to have, a few things in place. Certainly, the concept of stops is you may not even know what that means, but you have to be prepared to every trade you go into is not going to work, so you have to have an out, things like that. But I mean, look, we have a simulator here, and that's where you can practice. Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm going to keep the room open after 3 o'clock today, guys. The developer of the room is going to come in, and what he's going to try to do, I think he's going to try to and see how you guys, so hopefully you guys some of you will stick around, especially the ones, how we're going to do this. He's going to try to fix the pixelization issue that we have with Chrome. So is there anybody in the room right now that cannot see my screen very well in the bottom third? Okay, so stick around. Okay, I could give you a fix. Okay, I could give you a fix, but if you stick around, the developer of the room is going to come in and he's going to try to do something. And otherwise I would give you a fix for it, but that's sort of defeating the purpose. Yeah, it's a matter of well, I don't want to tell you what to do because you might do it. I want people to stick around after 3 o'clock. For those of you who can't really see the bottom of my screen very well. No, I know. Listen, it's not for it's not everybody is affected. It's just it depends on your system setup. You know, your graphics card. Well, hard to see is different. I mean, that might be just your resolution and all. That's a little bit different. If you can't see these very well, then that's and unfortunately, look, there's all sorts of different systems out there. Some of you are on tablets, some of you are trying to watch me on a phone. Some are on laptops. I mean, it's all over the place. So, not a lot I can do about that. Well, at least we do have the zoom feature. There is a zoom feature here. So let me just show you where it is in case you weren't aware of it. So right there, there's a magnifying glass. I don't know where it is on yours, but probably up near the gear, but there's a magnifying glass. So you can just start to zoom in an area. It's not necessary that you see my entire screen. You might just want to zoom in on a certain area. Okay. Okay, so stick around, passionate trader, okay? The developer of the room is going to come in here in about 15 minutes. And he's going to try to do something that will be like a permanent, maybe a permanent fix. All right, so the market is trying to put in a little green bar right at the bottom here. Okay, give me about 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, that MRSN, that really didn't stop, did it? And there's MRSN right there, yes. I mean, it's what did it hit? A high of 732 and it popped all the way down to 7. So, I mean, you've got to be very careful on it. Not a crazy low floater. It's 35 million in the float. 35 million in the float. So it's not a crazy, crazy low float. Yeah, okay, so stick around, okay? Stick around, WDog. I want to see if this helps. I don't think, yeah, it won't, it won't matter in theory what browser you guys are using. It's all about how I'm projecting. So hopefully I won't have to talk about it anymore. It's starting to move also, guys. You guys have been talking about oil. Let's take a look at oil. Well, I'm just looking at the oil index, one of the ETFs. So there's XLE. But of course, the whole market is doing this. But you know what is starting to move higher here is FRO. Again, one of the tankers. So again, I am assuming that what has happened, I don't have any, maybe somebody can verify this. I mean, they were supposed to, quote unquote, supposed to meet on Thursday, the Saudis and Russia. So has that been called off again? In which case, wow, look at PLCE. I mean, this has been, it's been a wild one to be short, but so consequently, if that's the case, so there's not going to be a cutback in oil productions. And again, these tankers, they need a place to store the oil. So that's why, of course, these tankers were so incredibly active for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but 8 days right here, right to a high from a low of 630ish to a high of almost $11 for FRO before they made that announcement. So the same, let's take a look at EURN. Same thing. So you can just see the tankers are getting alive again, guys. Oil goes down. Wow, look at, I'm sorry. I mean, this is while I was in the meeting, the marketing meeting, and I was, as I was watching this market and PLCE, I said, I got to short it. It's hard to, I mean, now we're getting we didn't have this move at all yesterday, nothing like this yesterday. So now when we start getting those intraday 300-400 point swings, it makes it very, very difficult on the AI. Number one, very, very difficult. Makes it a challenge also for my watch list, especially if I'm not going to get some on the downside, because it was nice before. I mean, but the problem is nothing was showing up on the downside when I was doing my scanning last night because the market was up so much, 1,600 points yesterday. But so it's nice to have, a few of each. So if the market starts tanking, you have something in the watch list down to take a look at. But Oh yeah, it definitely. That's why you have to pay attention to what the SPY is doing, or the market's doing. Obviously I look at the SPY, so you have to pay attention to it. There are very few stocks right now probably that aren't being affected. MRSN is one. It's definitely trading on its own. It could happen. I mean, we're only 140 up. In the old days, you'd say up at 140. No way is it going to go negative. But I mean, the way this market is now, yeah, it does seem a little bad to short children's place. But I'm sorry, I have no kids. I was actually, it was a choice between Children's Place and KSS, which one I was going to short. You heard that? Okay. I thought I could snake it by. Well, look at this guy, ANGO, starting to drift down, not drift down, really give it up. ANGO, earnings play. This could go negative. Wow, look at this. What are you up now? 91. Wow, look at this. This is a big, big move down now with the SPY. Look at retail mirroring the SPY. Probably most of them are. Yeah, so virtually everything. Oh man, okay. Well, sorry. Those of you with kids, sorry. Boy, here's another interesting one, guys. I mean, look at this breakdown through the whole number, MXL through the whole number. And, lots and lots of room if it wants to keep going down. MXL, as long as the market keeps going down. I'm just watching the MXL. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume. So guys, I'm not shutting down the room at 3 today, okay? I'm going to let the developer come in and play around with the resolution or the pixelization program, I guess it's better way to phrase it. And see if he can fix it. So if you guys will stick around, that'd be great. I think he needs an audience of some sort to have you tell him what you see. And this is, of course, just for the people in the trading room. Not people on YouTube are not affected. No, no way. No way. I need a break and then I have to start my scanning. So, just because I shut the room, I'm done by about 5 every day. So, yeah, I'm just toying with the idea of taking a MXL short, depending what the market does. I like the, you know me, I like it underneath that whole number. I'm out of the PLC right now, PLCE right now, big bottoming tail there. But just watching what the market is doing. All right, it's 3 o'clock, so let's see if Sebastian is coming in now, if he's in. Yeah, but you haven't disabled your hardware accelerator, right? All right, so a little green candle here. A little green candle, so I am looking to short MXL, but I don't like that green candle. I like to see it stop in its tracks. I am looking to short MXL. But I won't do it unless this stops. WKHS. Yeah, wow, big volume. Yeah, big volume that just came in, 500,000 shares. Third of the day right there. Okay, hi Sebastian. So anything I have to do, or are you just going to do it on your end? Okay. No, you can do it right now. No, I'm done. I'm done. Usually I shut the room down at 3, so you can do anything you want to do. And I've got people in the room that I didn't tell them to disable their hardware accelerator. Okay, so there are people in the room that cannot see the bottom third of the screen very well. Okay, so guys, stick around. In case you don't know who I'm talking to, Sebastian's the developer of the room. Okay, so he's going to try maybe to fix this pixelization problem. So if you can stick around, those of you especially who cannot really see the bottom of my screen very well, he's going to try to do a change and see if that helps. You asked the question, by the way, about MXL. It's not so much testing 15. The key thing is the SPY. Okay, SPY with that big green candle. You know, I'm not going to take a short on it. You know, that SPY has to, you know, stop before I would even look at taking a short on MXL. Hit the reload button. So you're talking about this guy right there, right? Okay. Okay, we are now sharing again. Okay, so those of you who are still in the room, especially those that were not able to see the bottom of my screen very well, has that improved? Still broken. Ah, okay. No difference. Well, Sebastian, you gave it the good old college try. Back to the drawing board. You'd have to give him your email. We can't put it in the room, Sebastian, so you have to give him your email, and maybe he can send you. Oh, he's got it. Okay. You switch it back? Okay. All right, Sebastian, anything else I can do? Or can I shut the room down now? Does it matter? Unless you want to give Stephen your email address. Okay. You see the email, Stephen? Okay, Stephen, I just before I shut down, I want to make sure you got his email address. Support@protradingroom.com. Yeah, I'm assuming okay. Hi, Sebastian. No idea. No idea if a lot of no idea iPads and stuff. No idea. Nobody talks about it very much, so I'm going to assume no, but I really don't know. I say the odd person has said about the using it on an iPad that it keeps rebooting or something. That's the only thing I can recall anybody talking about using it on an iPad. I think I told you that on Sunday. Okay, you heard all that, right? Ah, oh, I see. Yeah, my mic was off. Okay, so I guess when you made the switch, the mic was off. Okay, so no, I don't hear a lot of people on mobile or iPads. Not that many. Nobody's mentioning it. The only thing I think I told you on Sunday or Saturday, whenever we talked, was that somebody kept saying that it kept rebooting or something on using an iPad. Didn't matter what whether we're using Safari or didn't really matter what browser they were using. You know what? Yeah, not supported an iPad. I know you told me that. So what would happen? What would they see? Nothing? Nothing. Hmm. Yeah, let's forget it. You know what I'll do tomorrow? Maybe I'll do a little poll and see how many people who are in the room watch on or hear me on an iPad. Okay. I think if most serious traders are not doing that, but we'll see. I'll do a poll in the room, find out. Sure. Try one more thing. Sure, I'll hang around. Sure. I think people are still in the room, so what do I do? Just copy and paste that? Okay. And make sure it's enabled, okay? I think I remember this. So what am I enabling? I see a bunch of things. What am I enabling? Oh, okay. You can see my screen, right? So this is what I see. So what should I enable? This one and this one? The one highlighted. Oh, this one. Okay. It says default. Oh, okay. So just enable it. Okay. Now you want me to relaunch? Yep, I do hear you. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm back now. Now, yeah, it's okay. It's okay if you hear Sebastian. So, anybody who's still in the room that was having pixelization problems, has that been fixed? Still pixelated. Okay. It's driving you crazy. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, thanks for trying, Sebastian. Talk to you later. All right, guys, I'm going to shut the room down now, and it was worth a shot to see whether we could get that fixed, but obviously not able to. Now the market's putting in a nice green bar to end, so we're probably not going to go negative. We're probably not going to go negative now. Okay, guys, I'll shut the room down now. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye bye.